think we got the bot reporting in for duty. Probably need to up my lights a little bit. Just getting back into the swing of everything. Getting settled back in. Gonna try to, enjoy a little Once Human. Sadly, Once Human is doing a lot of really, really good things, but they're doing a lot of really, really bad things. And so it's going to be hard for them to stabilize this game. I get where their problem is. I get where they went sideways. They wanted to build a game like Rust or DayZ. They really wanted to build a aggressive fort building survival type game, but due to some Chinese law changes, it's hard to look into Chinese law because it's not like they make Chinese law like readily available for outsiders to look at. They're a very xenophobic private company or country, but apparently there is new law, new regulation that you can't have non-consensual PvP in games unless the entire game is designed around the idea of being non-consensual PvP, which is hard to wrap my head around, because you would think that a game like Rust or DayZ would be on par as a game that is like a MOBA. So you wouldn't think that there would be a lot of confusion. You would think that they would say, "Oh, got it. We got it. What you're building is this. You're building a PvP centric game." But they can't do that anymore. And it's kind of hard to grasp. It's kind of hard to understand, like, why they can't. So they've spent the last 18 months with Once Human trying to focus on those other aspects that they wanted, which I'm not saying are bad. It's so off. Like yesterday, I was really taken aback yesterday by somebody. I was making a point about something that wasn't even related, and then they said, "Well, what you're saying is," I'm like, "No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that in the slightest." People don't want to hear your argument. They want to hear the argument that best allows them to advance their narrative or their agenda. But I'm one of those weird gamers that wants people to have games, even if I don't want to play the game. I don't want every game to be taken away from everybody else, because then everybody's always fighting and nobody gets anything. So, for example, I love the idea of Battle Royale games for people that want to play Battle Royale games. I want you to have them. I want you to have a Battle Royale game that you can play and you can love and you can enjoy. But then what I don't want you to do is get a Battle Royale game that you can play and you can love and you can enjoy, and then start trying to make every other game a Battle Royale. Like, you got yours. The problem is every company seems like they want to get every piece of every pie, as opposed to being satisfied with having a small piece of one pie. Like, I always make the joke, game companies are so caught up with fighting over the quarters on the floor that they're ignoring the stacks of $100 bills on the table. Like, not every game needs to appeal to every gamer. And we need to we really, really, really need to get game companies out of that mentality. Like, stop trying to make every game look the same, right? Stop trying to make every game be generic, like, don't stand for anything. Archage Chronicles is coming out, and Archage Chronicles is no longer an MMO RPG. I'm working on an article for it now. As you can hear, I'm still sick, and I've had some doctor's appointments, but Archage Chronicles is no longer an MMO RPG. Archage Chronicles is a single player experience with a focus on the individual player. Well, why? Like, to put it bluntly, why did we decide that was what was going to be best for Archage? People loved Archage. People, like, they still love it. In fact, oddly enough, the other day I was laying in bed sick, and somebody contacted me about Archage 3.5, and they were asking me questions. They were asking me, like, in the weeds questions, and I was like, you're gonna have to give me a minute to knock the rust off. I'm like, I don't have a good answer for you. They wanted to know, like, if I'm a cleric in 3.5, how should I be gemming my gear? And I'm just like, wait, what? So that was a little bit of a trip. That was a blast from the past. Speaking of a blast from the past, we got these, like, retro fridges along with the nice shiny new ones. Been here a whole season and never got around to fixing, like, the little cubbies. I don't like this new design works really well. This 3x3 foundation, we had to move twice in a week. And the 3x3 foundation worked really nice, although I just realized I didn't put my pumps back. That's another thing they need to work on. They need to make it so that you can put your pumps on on something so that they don't get destroyed. It's getting really old having to tear these up, and always make sure you tear them up so that you get the mats back. You're supposed to get the mats back if they get destroyed on move, but we have found that doesn't always happen. Also, this is annoying, having to go in and change what they're gonna pull up. That's annoying as well. I wish there was a way to, like, streamline it so that it happened faster. Yeah, every time you move, you gotta relay down your pumps, which isn't, like, this property isn't too bad because I've only got the 5 that I need. But some people are running, like, 27 pumps because they're a major acid producer. Well, that's gotta get old in a hurry. Let's fix that right now. But yeah, being able to... What ended up killing us last time, we were on a permanent server, which will be going to we will be becoming part of the permanent server in about 12 days. I think 12 days, 13 days. The last time it happened, my Hivemate couldn't drop down his property. Because he couldn't drop down his property, he couldn't enter build mode. Because you have to have your property down in order to enter build mode. So he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. He was literally stuck with half playing the game. We can only put down 5. That makes me sad. Yeah, there we go. Little army of minions. So, but Starry Studios, they have a really good game. They have a really good foundation of a game. But I think what's going to end up being their downfall is they're trying to build too many games at one time. And because they're trying to build too many games at one time, they're going to build a lot of like half-assed modes. And when you build a lot of half-assed modes, you end up inevitably making everybody disappointed. And again, I know I don't want to like box out PvPers, but you needed to have a really, really good, strong foundational game built. And then from that, you could have, if you had Manibus, Way of Winter, Endless Dream, maybe one or two more PvE modes. And I don't think Endless Dream should have gone the way it did. There's a lot of problems with it as well. But if they had done things a little bit better of a way, then what could have happened is, then they could have said, we have a lot of PvPers, our PvPers are complaining, what we're going to do is we're going to do X. We're going to build them raid zone. And then I think it would have been more well received. But as it is right now, I don't think... I don't think it has been very well received. Not that there's anything inherently bad about raid zone, but I went to it the other day just to take a quick look. And a big part of the problem is half of my stuff appears, but I have a different UID. It was like, what stuff am I getting? What stuff am I not getting? Why do I have my food recipes? If you're going to do a completely new character, then make it completely separate. Then they almost did that. They have like a client that you load, which was good. That is always a good way to show that it's a different build entirely. Put them on a different client altogether. But then like you have your recipes, but you don't have your blueprints, which I'm not saying you should. You shouldn't have your blueprints. If you want to have a competitive PvP build, then it needs to be every season everybody starts from scratch. Because that's what people want in a game like Rust or a game like DayZ. It's kind of like one of the weird things about progression that I saw in some shooters. I'm not a big shooter player, but I saw some weird progression where like you have a little bit more armor or a little bit more hit point or you're a few more rounds of ammo, and it doesn't seem like a lot. And it's a game by game analysis. Is this enough of a change to make a difference? And if it is, then it's probably bad because you're giving people who played longer an advantage. And if it's not enough to make a difference, then it's probably bad because your reward for grinding is meaningless. Which is why battle passes, and I think I originally was against battle passes. I didn't think they were a good idea. The more I think about it, I think battle passes are great for both MMOs and MOBAs and shooters and everything. Cosmetics, it's amazing how much work people will put into a game to unlock cosmetics. Cosmetics are a huge thing, especially, and I'll show you something that Starry Studios did that was bad. It was good for not blocking out new players, but the end reward for the lunar cycle, the end rewards, are now available in the past shop. Well, what that means is if you make the rewards available in the past shop, there's no incentive to ever release another lunar cycle that you know works, that you know has been vetted, that you know that you've had a chance to tweak and make some changes to. You could do the lunar divisional wheel for 3 months, this new anti-gravity one, which completely sucks. It's so vacant of any meaningful content. You need to rebuff this one up. Like, you need to send this one back to the drawing board. But you would be able to do that when you relaunch the lunar cycle, because it would require very little care and feeding. It would be an opportunity for your ops and sustainment people, the ones that build the day-to-day filler content. You could rerun the lunar cycle, and I don't mean now, I don't mean immediately, I mean probably in another 6 months. But don't give away the end rewards from the last time. Because that way, when you get a person who comes into the game, they're like, oh, you know what? I'm really stoked to keep playing. I'm really stoked to grind and dedicate myself to the game because I want X. That's where battle passes or rewards for playing, you don't need to, you don't need to make them punishing. Like, this one is dumb. Like, all this is collect 12,500 crystals. You get 8 to 10 crystals when you're in the high end zone. So you gotta collect effectively, just for round numbers, you have to collect crystals 1,500 times in a 3-month period. It's not really cool content. It's not really engaging content. Now, a person like me, a completionist, who's task check off driven, yeah, no problem. I'll do that. I'll take care of that. But for other players, they're going to be like, the lunar cycle was great. It was like, go grind mobs, go open these, get these really good mods. Like, the mods they put out for the lunar cycle were OP. They were OP as shit. The ones you have now is, if you're airborne and you're floating and you're hovering and you're vertically above the mob, you do more damage. Oh, okay. Well, that works great when the gravity is messed with, but what about the rest of the time? This is turning into one of those games where it's pretty clear they have too many chefs, and many chefs spoil the broth. They're clearly trying to go in 10 different directions. And you can do that when you have your game solid. Then you can have PvP go in a direction and PvE go in a direction. And you basically become 2 games inside of the same game, as long as they don't impact each other. And Once Human does a really good job of that. They have PvP servers, they have PvE servers. I think I used to be against that, especially for MMOs. But now the more I think about it, the MMO RPG space has become so stale, so stagnant. I think that having PvP servers and PvE servers might be a good idea. One game that I can think of that's gonna possibly run into a problem is Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation has non-consensual PvP in it. But it also has a lot of PvP themes in it. Well, it used to. I don't know if they've made any changes to the core gameplay design. I haven't followed the game now in 3 years. But when you have a situation where non-consensual PvP is going to be a core gameplay loop, you automatically lose a big section of your potential player base. The ones that don't want to deal with that. The ones that do not want to engage. And that's fine. I'm not saying that every game needs to cater to every single person, because that's why we end up with 50 very generic looking games. It's like, to talk about a different game, Paradox Interactive and their Crusader Kings 3. If you played Crusader Kings 2, or if you've played any Paradox Interactive game, you almost need a PhD in their game to understand their game. They've got menus and submenus inside of submenus. But for the people that love their games are really rewarding. Their games are really amazing. But then we run into this problem of should we be making our games more user-friendly so we can get more users to play our games and thus make more money? Because let's be honest, if you try to jump into Crusader Kings 3 or Stellaris or Hearts of Iron, you're gonna be pretty confused. The ease of gameplay isn't there with those games. But if you stick with them long enough, it becomes second nature. Now, I haven't really had a chance in the last couple of months to really sit down and... my Crusader Kings 3 campaigns usually last anywhere between 10 days and 6 weeks. I set goals on... because Crusader Kings 3 doesn't have a win condition. You're literally playing a game for whatever... however you want to play it. Do I want to become... Hey, what's up, Magistone? Crusader Kings 3 is really a... it's not like a Civilization where there's a win. You got to decide, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to reestablish the Holy Roman Empire? Or am I trying to become the pirate king of Mon? Am I trying to win Iberia or win Legacies of Persia? What am I trying to do? Well, I'll set down a set of goals, and people can't watch me play CK3 because I play at speed 0-1. Because I'm all about the politics. Can you become the Pirate of the Caribbean? You can't become the Pirate of the Caribbean. There is a Pirate King you can become. You can also, if you want to give yourself a really, really big challenge in CK3, one of the playthroughs I love to do is I love to create a custom religion. A custom, and you're gonna laugh, but I like to play as a Norse culture, as an individual who was sent right to the Byzantine Empire as one of the Venegarian, who converts to a custom Christian faith, who becomes completely disenfranchised with all of religion, all of the Christian faith. So when I start the game, I'm home in one little county in Norway. So I go and become the Pirate King to become a monarch, so I can interlope into Iberia, and then you become like the ruler of the Mediterranean. There's another achievement, your dynasty. So over this heritage, or over this dynasty, we start bringing this custom Christian faith to the world, and you literally are playing as a zealot who doesn't tolerate any other Christians because they've all lost their way. And because I've set that as like my guidelines for my dynasty, it becomes hilarious as you're playing through, because pretty soon it's you against the whole world, and you start doing things, and Deuce Volt happens because the Pope is like, no, I don't accept you. You start like, your goal is, even in CK3, your faith only has 3 to 5 holy sites. Most have 5. But you've set as your goal, where you're taking all the holy sites. Yeah, you're imagining you as the meme where the guy's in front of the board with so many red strings trying to explain what he's up to. Yeah, because when I play CK3, where I get the win, where I get the dopamine hit, is when I manage to coup de grace, like 5 of my goals in a single character's lifetime. Like, you're there and you're like, okay, we need to... We're trying to finish the Dynasty of Many Crowns achievement, and we're trying to take over the Mediterranean, and we're trying to do this, and we're trying to do that. And all of a sudden, you know, like your 4-year-old kid becomes king or emperor. And all of a sudden it's like boom, 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 boom. And this kid is just like, yeah, I'm the fucking shit, man. Like my great grandfather had this goal and I've just done like 6 out of 10. And then usually at that point, the rest of the game just becomes mop up. By the way, the background music today is our new blues album. It was done by a very talented composer by the name of Vladimir Berry. I have to, on Tuesday, because I was out of town for a couple of Tuesdays. Tuesdays is the day that I upload to Bandcamp and I update the PGN Music website. I realized I gotta get up a little bit earlier on Tuesday because Vladimir has now done 3 albums for us. So I gotta put him on the composers page. Also, while I was gone, you might have noticed I released all of Tune Bites' singles that he had ever done for us onto an album. We had a lot of singles done by one guy. They were all so good that when they were coming out years ago, I was putting them out as singles, but I rolled them together as an album. I want to reach out to Tyler, his name is Tyler, and have him do another album for us so that he will have done 3, so I can put him on our composers page. But if you ever watched Clear Skies, the EVE Online fan-made animation, I can't really produce any albums right now because of cash flow. We have no cash, thus we have no flow. I am working on some stuff in the background to try to become profitable again. But I want to become profitable. The only subs I really want from people is Prime subs, because you already paid for it. I don't want. It sounds really weird to be a streamer that says I don't want people to be paying out of pocket. Now, if you really love the show, subscribe to it. But it's weird for me to say this. If you watch me and me alone, subscribe to the channel. If you watch me and two other streamers, get Twitch Turbo. That way you don't have ads on anybody. But I want all no-cost income streams, which is what I'm kind of working on right now. And I know the best way to do that is to get my lazy ass going and make YouTube videos again. And I'm working on it. What I really need is I need an MMO. I need an MMO that I can get into and make the old style guides that I make. Because that's what I'm good at. Like, I am not good at... I am not one of those streamers that can con you into, like, playing something. It's like, you don't need me. You don't need me to tell you how good something is. You need me to tell you where all the dog shit is. Oh, the field of grass looks great. It's amazing. The grass is so green. The grass is so tall. Yeah, don't take any more steps forward. You're about to step in a pile of cow shit. Everybody else is like, you're so negative. I'm not negative. Hey, just to let you know, the game has pay to win. But man, the pay to win isn't that bad. It doesn't matter how bad it is. I know my audience doesn't like pay to win. So if I find pay to win, hey man, just so you know, this game has pay to win. This game doesn't. This game doesn't. This game doesn't have pay to win. This game has, we're just gonna take all of your money. Aeon 2 had another live stream yesterday. Do you have a link to that? I'd like to take a look at that. Oh, it's in Korean? Never mind then. I'll read the Monday morning news articles about it. By the way, if you liked Wednesday Season 1, no spoilers, no spoilerinos, but if you liked Wednesday Season 1, Season 2 has the first 4 episodes out. All I will say about Episode 1 of Season 2 is I had to stop and look at my spouse And I was like, what the fuck are we watching? It's good. It's what the fuck am I watching in a good sort of way. Also, if you've never watched it and you're looking for something to binge on, The Sandman is really good. The Sandman is amazing. The series is now concluded. Season 1 and then season 2 is kind of split the way they did it. It's worth the watch. It's definitely worth the watch. It would I wish that they had been able to do more than 2 seasons, but it seems like anymore people's attention span doesn't allow for more than like 2 or 3 seasons on a show, which kind of sucks. It seems like everybody is caught up on, mobile games. They're caught up on autoplay games. They're caught up on 15-second bites. I watched Asmongold talk about he doesn't play WoW anymore. And he can't believe how many years he played WoW because he basically was playing the same game all those years. I absolutely agree with him on that point. So it's going to be interesting to see how like Aeon 2 Archage Chronicles address the problem of repetitive content. What we need more of is we need more of games that allow the player base to shape the world. We need to get away from MMO RPGs and we need to start focusing on MMOPWs, massive multiplayer online persistent worlds where the players can actually make meaningful change. It would be a big amazing accomplishment if a developer built a world that was ever changing in response to player actions and player choices. I think from a tabletop GM's perspective, I would love for them to make Rifts, the tabletop game by Palladium Books. I would love for them to make that into an MMO. The problem is they would need to make 4 years worth of content. They would have to have somebody fund the project that was okay funding the project to have 4 years worth of content before they launched. Because it wouldn't be a linear set of content. It would be, they would need to have the Zayitic invasion done, even though that's book, I think, 16. They would have to have the Zayitic invasion done. They would have to have the Mechanoids invasion done. They would have to have the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse invasion done. They'd have to have all of the Archie stuff done and implemented.
Go no
and then
further.
They would have to have player mercenary companies, traveling circuses, player-built towns. All that would have to be in, and all that would have to be in on day 1. Because that way, as the player base plays,
go no further.
You have things you can do. Like, you'd have to have the Vampire Kingdoms ready. You'd have to have that way, if the player base starts to get too strong, you introduce something that, like, player towns start to grow faster than you intended, because no matter how often or how good you are as a developer, the players are always going to go in a direction you didn't intend. Okay, well, it's really easy to implement a system where a player town gets too strong, so you just introduce a vampire intelligence near it. You also can always do the... I've talked about this. Players... There should be a penalty, or at least not a reward, to players metagaming. You as the player have gone and Googled how to kill a vampire. How to kill a vampire in Jalan's MMO. So you go, you look that up, and you're like, oh, we use water balloons. So your character goes and arms up with water balloons. Your character doesn't have any vampire lore. So the character on the screen should look over its shoulder at you as the player and pop a box like, what the hell are you doing? Throw the water balloon down and pull out a gun. And you're like, but I as the player know. And that's great that you as the player know, but you as the character don't know. So how do I equip water balloons as a weapon? You have to go find somebody that has vampire lore. You have to at least have 5% in vampire lore, or 10%, or whatever the number you want is. You got to go find somebody. Yeah, that would be funny, but what it would do is it would force people to stop metagaming the shit out of games and actually play them. Like, to take a different game, for example, I played a Chiasid in a LARP, and I had every lore. I had probably 90 points in lore. There were people, and the storyteller thought it was hilarious because there were members of clans where their elder in game didn't have their own clan lore above 2. So here I am playing a Chiasid, being invited to teach vampire clans about their own history. And I was in full makeup, and you know, it was great. I used to get, and the reason why I had so much lore is I used to get a ton of bonus XP from storytellers because I stayed in character the whole time. And I only did teaching of lore by appointment. Like, you had to tell me you were going to... It's not like, hey, can your character come... No, what am I teaching? So I would, like, write it. And I had the Book of Nod, and I had the Heracles fragments. I had the actual props. I mean, I own the actual books, but I made my own props for it. So I'd pull out, like, a book, and I'd sit there and I'd read, and I'd tell a story. And I wish to God I had... Well, I wish to God... The Way of Kings had been written back when I was doing this, because I was basically Wit. I would have loved to have read Brandon Sanderson. I would have modeled my Chiasid off of Wit in a heartbeat. The way he told his stories, it was amazing. But people used to thank me because they never... Yeah, they'd read their clan book. They read the tech. They'd read the tabletop book, but they'd never put it all together. That's what we're missing in MMOs now. Like, what am I doing right now? Up until 9 o'clock p.m., I'm running around and I'm opening boxes. Now I'm just running back to my base. And as I'm running back to my base, I'm mining all the glowing stones. Right? I don't have a purpose. I've already cleared out all my weeklies. I just am not in the mood to roll mods today. I clearly have been doing all of my stuff to farm mod fodder. I am just not in the mood to roll them today because rolling mods is so just disheartening. I have a base, but it never comes under attack. There's no player-driven politics. There's no player-driven quests. It's literally, I've been playing the game for a year and 2 months. And all I have to do is I'll probably, yeah, none of the high risk events are ready. So the things I need to go do aren't available. There's only 3 worlds now on my server, which means we only get 3 worlds worth of events. I kind of agree with Asmongold. You play WoW. If you were to log in a WoW right now, is there dynamic world building? Is there player-driven conflict, either soft or hard conflict? Can the players influence the map? Can the players influence the story? And the answer is no. That's why we've seen a shift to different flavors of games. Like, and one of the other things I thought about, I was actually riding Tron when I thought of this. In MMOs, you have a castle siege. And it really boils down to a 2.5 hour contest. Well, that's not really entertaining. A 2.5 hour contest, which determines who controls the castle for the next month. EVE Online is a little bit too far the other direction. EVE Online is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You always have to be ready, willing, and able to defend your property. But isn't there like a good middle ground? Can't we come up with something in the middle? Instead of one fight to determine zone control, can't we have like best of three? 3 bests of 3s? I think I mentioned this once on the show. Take a battleground, make 3 copies of it on Monday night, Thursday night, and Saturday night. And I know it's some gamification, but you're eligible to enter in on Monday night to one of the 3 battlegrounds. There are 3 identical copies of the battleground. Whoever wins best of 3 wins one. It's kind of like you gotta win the best of 3 of the best of 3. So like zone control, an actual meaning, and that's what we need. We need an MMO RPG company to actually take a risk. We need a company that can afford to spend 7 years, and I mean most of us are too old to have 7 more years. This is things that I talk about are for the next generation. If a video game, like, I probably won't be around to play whatever MMORPG Microsoft is developing, because you know they're building an MMORPG because they bought 2 MMORPG companies. Whatever they're building, I'm not going to be around to play. Like, maybe, but I'm going to be the old man in the guild then. Be like, shut up, get off my lawn. The next generation, I don't think MMORPGs as we know them are going to exist. I don't think they're going to be a thing anymore. I think it's been so long since there's been a good MMORPG. There's just not, I don't think there's a market for them anymore. And that breaks my heart to say. But I don't think there is. I don't think there's a market for them. I saw Battlefield 6 has a ton of people playing it. What was the queue the other day? 250,000 was the queue. That's insane. Hope the game turns out good. Oh yay, we finished another visional wheel. Yeah, I was gone for 2 weeks exactly. So I got all the returning benefits. It's like, you've been gone for 2 weeks. Get all these benefits, which is so dumb. Which is so dumb. But it's not like it matters. I think you're spot on. I heard from people anecdotally that around 2020 they went to different RPG gotchas and they were MMO starved. Actually includes you as well. Dude, I will say this. I am MMO RPG starved. Starved to death. Right? Starved to death. If I could code for shit. If I could code for shit, I would at least try to put up... I would try to build, like, a starter. Like, some ideas. If they can ever figure out what the hell's wrong with me and I can get some sleep and get some rest and not be exhausted all the time, I want to sit down and I want to try to put some more of my ideas on paper and then into videos. Not that I want to get rich or die trying, just so that, like, the crafting system I designed, one person contacted me and said, can I just have your entire idea? And I said, you can have the whole idea, man. You don't even need to give me credit. And another person that's building a game said, can I model my crafting system on yours? I said, yeah, go ahead, it's just idea. I said, if you need anything, let me know. Just reach out if you want feedback, if you want me to review. I review like small creators, like game design things, and I don't like. Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you where I think your ideas suck, and if your ego can't handle that, if your sense of self-worth can't handle somebody telling you this is where your idea sucks, then don't ask me to review your stuff, because I don't sugarcoat anything. I do not sugarcoat anything. Because there's no point. I think his name is Josh. The head of the team making Eternal Tombs. He is an amazing game developer. I wish somebody would give him $5, $10, $15 million in funding so that he could make Eternal Tombs a little bit better the way he wants to. One of his moderators was going around to Twitch channels and fighting with the streamers if they didn't say nice things. So I told the developer that. I said to the developer, hey man, you gotta put a fucking muzzle on your mutt. Because I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody streamer. I think I had like 30 people. I'm a nobody. But if this fucking moron runs his mouth to the wrong person, like an Asmongold, or a Tyler, and this person is big in the MMO RPG space, and your mutt runs their mouth, and you alienate the creator because you say to the creator, you don't know what you're talking about, well, that's going to be a bad day. And I think his name is Josh. He said, I don't need you to say good things about my game. I have a mom. That's her job. That was his literal quote. I don't need you to say good things about my game. I have a mom. That's her job. I need you to tell me every single terrible thing about my game, because that's the only way I can fix them. That guy got my support with that quote alone. I'll support Eternal Tombs. I love the idea. I love the concept. I'll defend that they're using store-bought assets, because I don't think using store-bought assets is a terrible crime against humanity. I think there's no difference between using store-bought assets and hiring a freelancer to come in and make the assets. Like, in my game, I want a Jack Skellington head. Well, if a person already has this exact thing, like they have a Jack Skellington head, and then they have a Jack Skellington head with different holiday hats, well, why the fuck would I... Oh, shit. Why the fuck would I pay somebody to come work for me to build what a freelancer is already selling? As long as what I buy from the freelancer, it integrates and synergizes with my build, then I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna license it. And then somebody would be like, well, other games are gonna look exactly like yours. And are we really judging a game based on the way the orcs look because I don't think we are. I don't think we give a shit on how the orcs look today. I think we give a shit on their AI, their behavior, their difficulty. I don't think art and I think art and assets can absolutely define a game, but I don't think art can make a game. I think it can break the game. I think some of the things that game designers do where they put silly ass assets into a game. Like, everybody knows that Christmas and Halloween and Valentine's Day cosmetics, house furniture, outfits, they sell. They sell. All you have to do then is write a reason for why your game has Christmas, Halloween, and Valentine's Day. Final Fantasy XIV, they don't have Valentine's Day. They have Valentine's Day. They don't have Christmas. They have the Starlight Celebration. I saw many people are starting to point out at Unreal Engine for MMOs being bad, how it makes all the games look the same, and how a lot of performance issues if the developers don't put in lots of effort. It's not that the developers have to put in a lot of effort. It's that the developers have to have a back-end engineer who can properly explain to the other developers, out of the box, the engine does this. Out of the box, the engine does this. Are you doing this? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, then we're good. No. Okay, you're not doing this. What are you doing? For example, a lot of people mocked, and they say this is a thing since Unreal Engine 3. Well, who's the they in this situation? Because there's people and there's game developers. I don't really give a shit what, quote, people have to say. I give a shit what game developers have to say. Case in point, ready? I'm just gonna leave it out there. People talked about how Unreal Engine isn't a good engine to build an MMO RPG in. At the same time, those same people will say Jake Song is one of the best MMORPG creative directors to ever make an MMORPG. Unreal Engine is a terrible engine to make an MMORPG in. Jake Song is revolutionary in MMORPG design. Jake Song decides to use Unreal Engine 5. A subject matter expert decides, not just a subject matter expert, clearly without exception, one of the top 5 names in MMORPG design decides to use Unreal Engine 5 for his new MMO. And then people are like, I don't know what my opinion is supposed to be now. You're right, you don't know what your opinion is supposed to be now. Because you're not a subject matter... I'm not a subject matter expert in game design and development. I know an awful lot of game designers. I know an awful lot of people that work in game design. I know a couple of engineers. They're in my community. Some of them wanted to be identified as game developers, some don't. The big thing is that like every other COTS, commercial off-the-shelf solution, Unreal Engine will do what Unreal Engine is designed to do. That doesn't mean you can't change what it can do, but what we're seeing is a huge disconnect because everybody has moved to Agile. Agile is both software development and project management. I know Agile project management very well because it's part and parcel of the derivative that the Air Force uses for their project management. Agile itself is also a cornerstone of Agile combat support. The discussion started from Chrono Odyssey and Bellatorres looking the same. Well, they do look the same. But that has nothing to do with the engine. Because Chrono Odyssey and Bellatorres look a lot like this. One of these buttons. The newer games look a lot like this. And the reason why they look like this is we've moved away. It has nothing to do with the engine. It has everything to do with the art style. because the new engines support hyper-realism, the games are going to start to look the same, because when you open up your window, life looks the same. People look the same. One of the things, and I did an article on this, and I did a video on this, and people didn't like it, and that's okay. I don't give a shit if they like it. I said, is Chrono Studio making a mistake by limiting the character creator in Chrono Odyssey? And a lot of people attacked me because all I said was, I don't want them to put too many limitations on it. I didn't say don't put any. I said don't put too many. Look at the Star Trek universe. Look at the Star Wars universe. Look at Farscape's universe. And you have to know all three. Farscape borders on the absurd. Star Wars and Star Trek have very good-looking aliens. We start to run into a problem of it's no longer about art style. It's about realism and art style combined. I think Farscape is absurd. And if you've never seen Farscape, go look up Farscape aliens. They're fucking absurd. But that's okay because the whole show borders on absurdity. I don't think Yoda is out of place in Star Wars. Are people making smash faces because of the amount of realism? People are making smash faces just to be trolly little bitches. And that's okay. When I went to game design school, it was so crucial that you were optimizing every 3D asset, the amount of polygons. Nowadays, it's common to scan real-life objects with phone and not touch that asset much. I've seen guides that show how to blend 3D objects together seamlessly, but the downside is there is still all that hidden topography on overlapping parts. You're absolutely right. And let me speak as a person who doesn't understand it from the technical operator level that you do, but from the project management level above that. What you just described isn't an end user issue. What you just described is a project management issue. I tell you, your task for the week is you're working on walking sticks. And I bring you these two examples. And I say, I want these two walking sticks in the game. Well, if I tell you that's your task for the week, and 40 hours is enough time to do that properly, then I'm a good project manager. But if I tell you I want these two things and you say, hey boss, look, if you want it done right, I'm gonna need 60 hours. And when I say done right, it means I'm gonna take the first one, I'm gonna take the skull one, I'm gonna deconstruct it, I'm going to make it so that it is highly optimized. I'm also going to make it so that we can make it red and black, or it's white and black, but I'm also going to make it easily color changeable to red and black, blue and black, and da-da-da-da-da. And if I say to you, no, you have 40 hours to do it, well, I haven't listened to the frontline operator who has the experience. What I've done is I've done what project managers are often apt to do. They're setting arbitrary timelines. And what's worse is I'm setting an arbitrary timeline that's completely fucking irrelevant because in the grand scheme of things, the project manager's cornerstone code, mantra, not code. Code is because what we're doing is coding. If you don't have time to do it right, you must have time to do it twice. You got to have optimized processes throughout the entire thing. If the people on the front line are telling you I need more time, then you give them the more time. They get the more time. They automatically get the more time because they need the more time. It's not a discussion. But what we're seeing is corpo suits are coming along and saying, you need to get this done in this time frame, when the time frame is completely irrelevant and arbitrary. I saw this a lot in projects that I managed. I saw this a whole lot. And what was bullshit about it was this. I would get told that I have to have something done in a time frame. And when I would ask why, I would get told because the next piece of it is going to be happening at XYZ, when I knew for a damn fact the next piece of it wasn't going to be due at XYZ. So I would bring that up and I'd say, so you want me to rush through a process when I know for a fact the next piece of the process isn't happening along the time frame you're saying it is? Well, that's not for you to worry about. Okay, I guess. It's kind of like the construction one. It's the spring, the ground is still solid fucking ice, and you want me to start digging the holes. And so I say, well, there's not really a lot of value in me digging the holes because, number one, it's too cold to pour concrete. Number two, we haven't hit the rainy season yet. So you want me to dig the holes so the guys can pour the concrete, but the guys can't pour the concrete because it's going to be too cold. And so I could just wait until the ground naturally thaws due to the rain, let the ground get saturated, compact it, then dig it out, and then it'll be in the dry season and the guys can come in and do the concrete. And they'd be like, no, we need to show that we're ahead of schedule. All right, fuckheads. All right. So you get ahead of schedule, and then 2 weeks later, you're behind schedule again. And then the boss's boss is screaming and like, why are we behind schedule? We're not behind schedule. We've never been behind schedule. We're exactly right the fuck where we should be. Does Nanite not do a better job at optimizing the assets than manual or not in terms of polygons? That's a great question, and it's one that I've asked people that actually do this shit for a living. The best way I can explain it, and if somebody can explain it better, if I put in a ridiculously high poly count, do I have a plant? I don't have a plant. If I put in a ridiculous high poly count plant, Nanite is automatically going to adjust it. Instead of there being the 5 manual qualities, like you'll notice as I'm running in the background, at some point the tree will change quality because I've gotten close enough to it for it to change quality. I'm talking about that one in the back I'm talking about the one up there. And it may have already popped its quality. But at some point these trees are going to change quality. You know, this isn't Unreal Engine. There you go. It just happened. See if I can run back and... Okay, you see? It's kind of like sparse. It hasn't rendered in nicely. And then as I get closer, there you go. It faded in. Nanite works like that. Nanite, instead of Nanite creates that without the artist doing it. Nanite does it at runtime on client rather than compile time. Right. Nanite does that. Does that mean it's the better solution? Well, as you see, that tree looks very shitty. And as I run closer to it, the tree's going to fill in. That's because I have crossed the boundary of this distance to this distance. Nanite wouldn't do it this way. Nanite wouldn't do that exactly. Because what this is the client, and I'm really dumbing this down, but what the client has done is it's taken distance 5 asset, replace distance 5 asset right here with distance 4 asset. Nanite would do it automatically in the client. Does it make it better? Not necessarily. Everything done in Unreal Engine 5 can be done in Unreal Engine 4 manually. It just takes more time. The problem is people are getting lazy. What Gail's talking about, they're getting lazy because the tool is doing it. This is just a guess, but I think optimization of overall objects still plays a huge part. Let's say some can have 10,000 polygons, but Nanite can reduce that by 80%. It would still run better than the can is 1,000 polygons, and Nanite reduces that by 80%. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But what you mentioned earlier is people taking photographs and loading them in directly and letting the system do everything. Well, if this can is, let's use 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000. If this can at 1,000 poly looks great, there's no reason I should have 100,000 poly version of it loaded, even though Nanite is reducing it by 80% in render distance. It still is beneficial to manually optimize it down to how small, how I'll say small. No, you're fine. Those numbers are fine because of where people are. How small can I manually optimize this so that it always looks good? And then let Nanite do what Nanite's designed to do. It's kind of like, one thing I can talk of a little bit better is 3D printing, because we 3D print. People that are loading 3D printing models, but they're not actually giving you the right files. They're showing you a picture and they're saying, oh, this is your 3D model that you need, but it's not. If you print it, it'll come out, but it'll come out like shit. They don't show you where to put the supports. They don't have supports. They're only giving you one file. They're showing you a picture. They're not showing you all the files they're giving you. Well, that's a pain in the ass. To find out that you bought an image that you're going to 3D print and it doesn't have all the supports on it, that should be criminal fucking bullshit. Because you haven't sold a 3D printable image file. You've just fucking taken a picture of Iron Man. And that's where I think, to go back to what Alice said, there's a lot of developers that are using Unreal Engine 5 because Unreal Engine 5 automates commercially off the shelf. Unreal Engine 5 automates an awful lot of things. That doesn't mean you don't need to have good artists, good animators, a good back-end engineer. All these keys. What Unreal Engine 5 does is makes those people's job easier. But then what Alice said was important. We're living in a world right now where Zencoder or Claude can write you game code. You don't have to have any background, there's people that are releasing little bullshit Steam games that they don't know how to code at all. They're literally using AI coders to do. Well, if the game is entertaining, does it matter? Yes or no? But then those people that don't have actual background expertise are trying to get jobs at other places, and they're literally trying to exist with bare minimum skills, augmenting it with like asking Zencoder or Claude for help every minute of every day on every single line of code they write. Well, this is the problem with video games being such big money. Everybody wants a cut of it. Everybody wants a piece of that pie. Zencoder's amazing, at least for HTML. If you know, and the trick is, if you know how to leverage the tool, Drops are just on automatically. If you know how to leverage the tool, you can build great websites with Zencoder. You just need to know how to leverage the tool. Somebody asked me, they said, is it faster than doing it by hand? Faster? Yes. Better? Well, it depends. If you're always going to have a simple website, Zencoder's fucking great. Zencoder's amazing. If you're not always going to have a simple website, if you're going to eventually try to add things in, you better know how Zencoder put it together. By the way, I want to remind you, AI isn't coming for air conditioning jobs. AI is not coming for plumber jobs. We got to wait for the robots for that. We told everybody for 20 years, go into coding, go into coding, go into coding. AI is not coming for plumbing jobs or HVAC jobs. You're going to need a guy to come out and fix your air conditioner. You're going to need a guy or a girl to come out and fix your clogged toilet. You're going to need a guy or a girl to come out and... No, it's tied into the idea that we've been telling people for 20 years to go into coding. We made being a plumber, an electrician, an HVAC guy, a garage door repairman. We made those jobs dirty jobs. We made those jobs dirty, dirty jobs. We told kids in school, learn to code. We have, if you ever saw the movie The Devil's Advocate, it kind of goes like this. We have more people in computer science programs now than we have computer scientists. I say computer scientists, I mean programmers, coders, all of that. All the people that are going to get a computer science degree, be it programming, coding, art, whatever. We have more people in school for those jobs than we have people doing those jobs right now. The problem with that idea is that we're eventually going to run out of jobs. And I think we're there. Like a couple of years ago, getting a degree in game design was all the vogue. But what if we have too many plumbers and electricians? You'll never have too many plumbers and electricians. You'll never have too many plumbers and electricians. Because most of the time, when you try to hire a plumber or an electrician, depending on what you need them for, there's a wait. Call a plumber right now. Don't do this, don't waste their time. Hypothetically, call a plumber right now and tell them that you want to start a complete bathroom remodel this afternoon. It's not gonna happen. It's still the summer months. Probably not gonna happen until October or November. Call them that you have a leak, they'll get in there and they'll fix the leak. Call them and you tell them that you want to remodel, you want to take out a bathtub, or you want to take out a regular tub and you want to put in a jet tub. They'll tell you, yeah, that's something I can take care of in like October, when I don't have any new construction work, when I don't have 5 other jobs ahead of you. That's why there's a waiting list. Try to get a pool installed right now. You can't. It's the end of the summer. They're busy. All their slots are filled. I looked at my source files and output PNGs. The difference in size is 30 times. Yeah. Well, and here's Magistone. Take this, for example. Look up the website tinypng.com. Take a PNG file and then load it into tinypng. Optimize it and then put the 2 files side by side. I have PNG files that get optimized by 75-80%, and the fidelity of the images is identical. Well, optimization. Optimization is great. And that's unfortunately, we've only seen, well, I can't say we've only seen, because we've seen it now a couple of times, and it's really refreshing in the game design space to see more and more companies delaying. I know a lot of people were mad that Chrono Odyssey is not going to be out this fall because they were looking forward to playing it. Well, Chrono Studio took all that feedback and said, we're going to make the game better. Riot said, we don't like what we've already designed for our MMO, so we're going to scrap it and go back to square one. Sony Online Entertainment scrapped EQ Next. Because they said we don't know how to make the game fun. We've lost the narrative somewhere. That's responsible. That's responsibility in game design companies. Unlike NeoWiz Bless Studios releasing Bless Online, which was a pile of shit. Elion, which was a pile of shit. They release it so that they can make a quick buck. Well, that just hurts the industry. And of course, then, a discussion on these games wouldn't be complete if I didn't talk about Kickstarter games. Ashes of Creation, Star Citizen, Chronicles of Illyria, Camelot Unchained, and Pantheon. Although Pantheon, I recall, failed their Kickstarter. They didn't raise their funds, so that was terminated. We're all idiots. We're all idiots. Every single one of us that Kickstarters a game, we're an idiot. I will no longer Kickstarter a game. I don't care about FOMO. I don't give a shit. Because if we Kickstarter it, we funded the risk, but we get zero reward other than the game. And game companies have convinced us to accept all of the risk, or a lot of the risk, for them to build the game, and our reward is getting to play the game. They sold us that, and we bought it. We were like, you know what? Oh yeah, that sounds like a really good idea, boss. Yeah, that's the world we're living in. Although I'm still excited for Archage Chronicles. I'm still excited for it. I'm still excited for Chrono Odyssey, even though it's action combat. I'm still excited for it. It's something to do. It's something to play. Reason why to this day I refuse to pay for exclusive alpha beta access. I will say this. I will always say this. I will continue to say this. Why did that not pop in? I will always say this. If there is a game that has alpha or beta access, and you're not sure about it, tell me about it. If it's the style of game that I play, I'll buy it. Because that way it's an expense for my company. Don't spend your money on it. Let me buy it. I'll jump on it, I'll play it, I'll show you it, I'll answer all your questions about it. Then if you decide that it's something you want to get involved with, then you can. If you don't, then you're like, shit, okay, well, at least I know. I as a person, I will never buy into exclusive alpha or beta again. As a creator, I will. Because all I have to do is recoup that money, and then it's a valid business expense. As a person, I don't give a shit anymore. I really don't. I'm gonna do this today. I'm gonna make a video later today about this game, and then I'm probably gonna take 2 or 3 hours to set up a Crusader Kings 3 campaign. I gotta go through. I gotta see which of my mods don't work anymore, and then I'm gonna play CK3 the rest of today and tomorrow. Other than making whatever politics related video I make tomorrow. I'll get that set up. I'm starting to feel better, so. And I'll say this is where the fun isn't. having to just keep doing these loops to get the crystals. This event goes on for about another 4 to 6 weeks. And I mentioned it earlier in the show. If the only content you have is for me to run around, jump, and collect these things, this was a shitty event. Am I farming those now? Yeah, I'm farming them. I'm farming a couple of hundred a day to just finish out the collection. Just to finish out the 12,500. I'm not farming them for those mods. I use the mods from these boxes as fodder for my other mods. But yeah, I'm farming them to fill out the bar. Like, I need to get 12,500. What I'm gonna be pissed about though, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be pissed if they turn around in the next season is another lunar cycle, and then they put all this stuff in the past shop, and we can get it with lunar crystals. Then I'm gonna be like, honestly, WTF, mate. It's really urgent. You don't see them going back for a year? I don't either, but you never know. I would buy this pack just for this item. Just for that. But one of the problems is there's no point in trying to build a nice house anymore because it fucking gets merged every couple of days. I'm making that video later today. Hopefully somebody at Starry sees it, where they recognize, oh shit, this would be an easy fix. Just make the first 5 worlds on the permanent server permanent worlds. Never merge them. And that way you don't have to worry about it. In fact, I want to check something real quick. How the hell is that not solid? Are we for real right now?
Go no further.
Probably yelling at me right now to go no further.
Stop. Please. Stop. Please.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't expect them to go back to Lunar for about a year. But that also assumes that they have other content. I was about to say, if it doesn't give it to me and my head's going through it, we are going to fight. But yeah, this is the sort of content that I think it was Asmongold that I stole this from, or maybe it was myself, I don't know. Disrespectful to your time. This is the sort of content that becomes disrespectful to your time because it's literally do this. So those are worth 4 each. So that's like 5.
Go no
I can't
further.
fucking math.
Go no further.
3,125.
Go no further. Go no further. Stop. Please.
5 stacks of adrenaline. Well, you gotta stop
Go
dying
no
so
further.
much, man. Although yesterday, I swear sometimes in between the weeks, they tweak they tweak something. That one boss yesterday, he was just angry. He was an angry little bastard yesterday. Like, he was not interested in playing nice. He didn't want to do damage to you. He just wanted to kill you. That was all he wanted. He didn't want to, like, a piece of your hit bar. He was just like, no, you're dead. And you're like, bro, calm the fuck down. Hold on 1 second. Somebody just said... Wait. Somebody was like, Eland isn't shared between alts anymore. When was Eland ever... When was Eland ever shared between your alts? I don't recall Eland being shared between your alts. I recall each alt having their own Eland. I don't know what... Like, they're like, Eland's not shared between your alts anymore. And what? Just give them permissions. Yeah, I don't recall... I don't recall Eland ever being shared. Yeah, I didn't think it ever had been. I think I found a decent comment about what players think about MMOs. I've been trying to get into MMOs as someone that's never played one before. I'm seeking the mythical social experience I've heard people talk about, depending on each other, growing stronger together, charging towards a common goal, and overcoming challenges. Most MMOs seem to have an in-crowd of experienced players, with noobs like myself on the outside. No one wants to take someone like me under their wing and help me out and flourish as a team. I'm expected to grind and explore solo until I'm worthy enough to be accepted. That exclusive growing together feeling that I want can't be had. It's so hard to break into a group that only wants veterans, and folks like me quickly feel unwelcomed. I only have so much mental energy to devote. I only have so much mental energy to devote to the game every day. I'm in my mid-30s and have burdens and realities that I prioritize. I'm looking for a fun social game to play. I just can't be asked to spend dozens of hours studying and troubleshooting to figure out the basics by myself. It's too much of a hurdle right now, but as I said, no one with more experience is interested in journeying with others like me. So why would I bother with an MMO when my only motivation is being gate-kept? And no, playing with other novices isn't an option because the rate of discouragement is too high. I'm not interested in playing with overexcited teens with tons of energy and times on their hand. I prefer a social group that's more skewed towards adults in my age bracket. But I guess, like, I really missed out on taking part in MMOs. Well, yeah, the problem is... The problem... That person brings to light a huge problem with the idea of MMOs. And the huge problem with the idea of MMOs is that... And this is where... I feel terrible for Steven Sharif. Because he honestly believes that he has built a game that's going to recapture the je ne sais quoi of MMOs. If you remember back, if you're old, if you're fucking old, and we're not talking 2010s. We're talking 97. We're talking early MMO RPGs. We're talking early online games, right? The thing about them was that you were forced into a social contract with your group the same way you were forced into a social contract with tabletop players. Like, I ran a LARP. I ran a live action role-playing game. I ran it for Changeling the Dreaming and Vampire the Masquerade. I ran a World of Darkness. I also did Guru, but I had a separate storyteller for Guru because well, just to be honest, I didn't have time to run. I didn't want to run Guru because it's not my primary, it's not my second. I like Changeling and I like Vampire. So I had a Guru storyteller. But we played Tuesdays and Saturdays. It was like Tuesday, and then the following Saturday, the immediate Tuesday, and then the following Saturday is how we staggered our game. I also went to people's houses, or people came to mine, to run side scenes. And I would run a side scene pretty much if I traveled to you and you bought me dinner, I'd run your side scene as long as I had time. I had a career, but I had plenty of free time. Well, one person complained to me once, and they said, I can only make the Saturday games. And I said, yeah. They said, so I lose out on Tuesdays. I said, yeah. Where's your vampire on Tuesdays? And they said, what do you mean? I said, nothing stops you from sending in an email to me, telling me what you're doing, exploring the city. Like, you can do things in downtime via email. The person's like, well, I really don't want to do that. So what are you asking me? Well, you should just get rid of the Tuesday games. You want me to get rid of the Tuesday games because you can't make the Tuesday games? That doesn't really seem like something I want to do. It doesn't seem like something I should do. Well, I don't have time. But that's okay. You don't have to have time to be at every game. If you're not having fun, don't come back. It's the same thing with MMO RPGs. And I 100% respect what the person is talking about. And that is why game companies trying to give the player base what they wanted have destroyed MMOs and the biggest piece of what people wanted. Yeah, what team building amazing adventure are you hoping for when you said you don't want to invest as much time as other people? Like, sure, if you can find a group of people that only want to play an MMO twice a week, you could do that. You absolutely could. And I miss the era, right, of when we used to have that agreement with our static. And this, when I mentioned having a static once, and people didn't comprehend. And it was back in the Revelation Online era where I put together a bunch of the statics. And they're like, well, why would I do statics? Why wouldn't I just pug everything? Well, because you need to be able to function with your 5-person team. You need to know how they play. Because if you don't, then as we start doing the harder content, you're not going to know the idiosyncrasies of your 5-person team. If you want to pug all your content, why do you want to be in a guild anyway? Oh, well, I want to be able to do the harder content with the guild. Okay, but you're one damage dealer. How do I fit you in? If you're not in a like, and this is where Ashes, again, was the game I thought was going to fix a lot of the genre's problems, but they can't fix their own problems, let alone the genres. You have 8-person content. So you have a static of 8 people. Then you have 16-person content. 16-person content isn't we find 16 people. 16-person content is we find another group. Our group pairs up with another group. You have 40-man content. So our group pairs up with 4 other groups. And I talked about it ad nauseum years and years ago. People are like, well, that'll never work because when are we going to have 5 tanks for content? Well, you better figure out a way to make it work with 5 tanks, because the moment you tell a tank they have to sit, your number 4 and number 5 tanks in your guild, they're going to go become tanks 2 and 3 in another guild. They're going to go find that they're better geared than other people, and they're going to, like, so you don't want to do that. You said you had statics of 20 people, 24-person content, because if you weren't organized, you'd fail. Right, absolutely. Right? Absolutely. But the problem is, gamers don't want to go back to that level, but they want all of the things that come with that. What gamers want is they want the old days, the good days, the bad days, the all or nothing days. It was blood for blood and by the gallons. But when you actually cleared something, you were like, I'm Billy Badass. Like, for example, before cosmetics and transmogs were a thing, I remember how many whispers I got in Final Fantasy XI when I got my full Dynamis armor set and my Mjolnir. Walking around, just popping out that weapon, hitting Z so my shield was out with my club. I remember how many whispers I got. They're like, holy shit, dude. I was like, what's up? They're like, you do a lot of Dynamis. And I was like, yeah, I do. I do a lot of Dynamis. I buy a lot of coins. Final Fantasy 14, finally clearing Binding Coils of Bahamut 4 and getting your chest piece. That was amazing. The same group of 8 people for 3 weeks in a row trying to do this, and it was, I'm not going to say it was good content, because it wasn't good content. It was simply content that the Japanese had decided back in that era, we're going to make everything be so precise you have to piss on a plate and not splash. That's not good content. That's, if one person makes one mistake, you fail the boss. That's bad content. But we finally cleared it. Why is the world so flat and has ore on top? Is it a meteor shower or something? They just decided to do their harvestable nodes like this. I do agree with you. This, because they didn't want to have a fully terraformable world like 7 Days to Die or Minecraft, this becomes a rather goofy way to do gathering, but it's a commonly accepted gathering. I'm not actually gathering with a gun. You're not seeing the animation change. I'll see if I can do it this way. I'm actually quick swapping to my drill, but I no longer have to have my drill on my bar. But it is actually a drill. It's a power drill. But no, Somber, I agree with exactly what you just said, which is another thing I was hoping Ashes of Creation would deliver on. I think that it would be amazing if instead of running around gathering like this, I'm too lazy to walk all the way. What would be great is if I was at my base and I wanted to gather ore. One thing I think is a great thing they've put into the game, which other games need to expand on. No, Albion Online is fucking total shit garbage across the board. That game is fucking trash. That game's fucking horribly garbage. I'm probably jaded at that company because they lied while they were in alpha, but I am happy that I cost them 400 or so chargebacks. So right here, here's a good way to do it. Right? You have mining platforms, and then you have the little automated miner, right? And so you have a list of things that are in this location that your mining platform can get. I think this is a great way to go about it. Or I think the way it should be, where the fuck is it out? Is that since this is your piece of property, Satisfactory, yeah, I'll agree with Satisfactory. Satisfactory is really good. What would be nice is if once I'm inside of my confines, instead of this rock being just like this, I do this rock and then just like 7 Days to Die, the patch of ground then should either be more rock or dirt, and I could dig down into this, but I could only dig down into my border. Like, I can't terraform the whole world. I can only terraform my piece of it. I think that would be okay. A perfect world would be like this indicator is a rock. I can't drill on this rock, so I have to start digging around it. I think that would be good. That is one thing I thought EQ Next was revolutionary for, going to allow the players to completely terraform and transform the world. I thought that was a brilliant idea. Yeah, go nuts making underground bases. I mean, and I think that would be amazing. I think that would be top shelf. Also, I think, because we always have to remember gamification. And that's one thing I've noticed a lot of gamers don't get. A lot of gamers miss the idea of gamification. And what gamification is remembering that at the end of the day, what you're playing is a game. So not every single thing is going to be one-for-one best practice realism. EVE Online bends gamification a lot, in so much that you have asteroid belts that refill on specific days. Do I think that that's a good way to do gamification? No, absolutely not. I think when you have asteroid belts that refill specifically on specific days, ultimately that's kind of silly. And it's kind of silly because yeah, if the game was one-for-one realism, the character creation should take a week before you complete all your paperwork. But at the same time, if your game was good realism, and I do mean this, every game, if it wants to be good, and I'm not joking when I say this, so don't think I'm haha kidding. Every game should have about an hour-long character creation vignette where the first time you play the game, you have to, you can't have one-for-one realism and it be a game. You can. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. It wouldn't be a very fun game, but you absolutely could. You should have about an hour-long character creation where it walks you through who were your parents? What did your parents do? For example, I think certain skills in games shouldn't be overlooked. I think reading, literacy, archaeology shouldn't be overlooked. I think mining shouldn't be overlooked. I think mining shouldn't be running around with a pickaxe gathering things. Mining should literally be like, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna set up a mining system. And then I have a trait called leadership. And my leadership trait, as I level up my leadership trait, it allows me to have more minions. And so I have leadership 5. So I can have 5 minions. When I unlock leadership 4, then I can unlock miners. So I'm allowed to have 4 minions, but because I've unlocked mining director and mining foreman and this, that, the other, I can have more than 4. I can have 4 specific miners. When I level leadership to 5, and then I level miners to 5, I can have 5 miners. So I go over here, I set up a mine, I have 5 guys in it. Or I set up 5 mines with 1 guy in each one. So I can either get 100 units of 1 ore an hour, or I can get 20 units of 5 ores an hour, depending on what my needs are. But when you start to do things like that, people say, oh, I wouldn't want to play that because it would get too complicated. Why would it be complicated? I don't have that much time to dedicate to it. Now we're getting to the real crux of the issue. It's not that it would be bad. It's not that it would be complicated. It's not that it would be any of these things. It's just you want games to cater to you. I had an idea for a game a couple of years ago where you start playing as a virus that destroys the human race, and you're basically playing Plague Inc. But the game starts when you converge as the last country that survives. It's for X reason, and based on how aggressive you made the virus and how it interacts with animals would be the seed you play. Not an entirely bad idea. The idea has promise. The idea has value. I think there is definitely some there's definitely some interesting tidbits that you're going to get out of that. Now, one of the problems is you've already built in a problem, which is fine. Building in problems isn't terrible. People are less likely to go ultra aggressive if they know that their virus determines the seed and how they play. Other people, on the other hand, will go completely fucking donkey balls because they know how the seed affects how they play, which is good on both ends. One thing that always amazes me, I talked about Crusader Kings 3 earlier. Some people don't. I personally run, when I play Crusader Kings 3, I run with a particular cheat menu on. Not because I find value in cheating, but because I find value in being able to fix the things without having to unload, stop the game, load it with the cheat menu, load my save, fix what the computer fucked up, unload my game, take off the cheat command, reload my game. There's literally a mod that you run that lets you hit F11 and bring up the cheat mod. Because the game will literally tell you, it will literally tell you, you've learned this trait as the result of one of the events. but then that doesn't give you the trait. How annoying is that? The way you play is the way that you don't level, you absorb the strength of what you fight, and sometimes splice your DNA with creatures and grow adaptations to how harsh the environment is. So the harder your world, the more insane you become. Yeah, it sounds like a great game, man. You know what you should be doing? You should be coding it. And I mean that. I mean that. But what I also will say is that you need a little bit of waterfall, you need a little bit of agile. It sounds like you did the little bit of waterfall part. It sounds like you have the plan. It sounds like you have the methodology. It sounds like you have... You can't code for shit. Well, let me help you out with one thing. Ready? I'm gonna help you out. Watch this. If you're trying to write code, you're not using ChatGPT 5. If you want to try it right now... No, don't toss it into GPT 5. Download... what the fuck is it called? Visual Studio Code? And then download Zencoder. It's free to try for 10 days, I think. Let me bring up the board. So what you want to do is you want to have ChatGPT, and you want to give ChatGPT the instruction: you are not writing any code. You are helping me write instructions for Zencoder. Then you tell it what you want to do. And then you tell Zencoder what you want to do. And it'll write it. You use ChatGPT as like your waterfall team, like your brainstorming team. And then you literally ask ChatGPT the questions like, I want to design a game and I want you to help me do this, but you're not going to be writing the code. But you are going to be writing the instructions that I am going to give to Zencoder, and it is going to write the code. Then you go into Zencoder and you're like, I want you to do this. And it'll do it. Now, I do want you to remember something, and this is really, really important. This is, if you're going to do it this way, really, really, really important. Zencoder can retain in active memory between 400 and 700 lines. After that, it starts to forget what's at the beginning. It just can't hold that many lines in order. So you have to make sure that you know that, so that you're building things in small block modules. Now, it can review tens of thousands of lines. But it's going to start duplicating, and you have to watch it for that. What is Zencoder using as its backend? That's a great question. Repo grokking is what it's using. Nice. Yeah, it's like I said earlier in the show. You can teach yourself how to code with ChatGPT. And you can do a lot of it, but you got to make sure that you're dedicating and you're being honest and you're holding yourself accountable. You're holding yourself accountable to learn, right? To learn from ChatGPT as you go. Yeah, you won't become a pirate software. Right. And I wasn't going to say that, but since you said it, you need to make sure that you're learning how to, like, I didn't know how to build that little, module thing that I run. on the bottom of my stream on the politics days. In fact, I can pop it up real quick. So I didn't know how to build this thing. And this isn't by no means complicated. Like, some of you are going to be like, Jay, I could build this in 10 minutes. And you could, right? You absolutely could. It's not that. But, so... I didn't know how to build this at all. I didn't know how to build that. I knew how to build some of it. I didn't know how to build all of it. So I built what I knew how to build. See at the bottom of the screen? So I want to focus on what you just said. And now what you just said. Now this isn't complicated. This isn't what is it doing? What it's doing is it's taken right? I have a dashboard of everything that's said on my channel. And then it takes every message. Yeah, it's a highlight text feature so I can show people what I'm responding to, but it's also, what's important about it is that when I do a Q&A show where lots of people are asking questions, it not only shows me my live chat, my Twitch live chat, it's my Twitch live chat. I'm on Twitch. This is Twitch live chat. So what it's doing is it's grabbing it, and then as I want to go through, like this, your question is answered. So I want to take the next one. Yeah, and I have a queue for answering questions to keep it organized. I don't want every single thing in the queue. I only want the things that I tag. So I got that little check mark over there, and I check it. It moves it over to the queue. Now, none of these things are complicated. None of these things are, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, amazing. But there was a guy who had made this for me, and he was running it in such a way that his website could access my Twitch chat, and then Twitch told him, you can no longer do it that way. We're no longer going to allow you to have access to their Twitch chat. And then he didn't have time to fix it. And I understood. That is, for him to go through and do what he needed to do so that everybody would have access to it was going to be, frankly, a big giant pain in the ass. So what I did is I sat down one day and I said to ChatGPT, yeah, the permissions changed, absolutely. What I said to ChatGPT is, this is what I want to build. These are the pieces that I know how to do. Please tell me what pieces please tell me what I don't even know. And ChatGPT, my ChatGPT has been told, it's in my rule, and I've recently changed it to the line from Margin Call. Please speak to me as if you would a small child or a golden retriever. When I'm working on coding stuff, please speak to me like you would as a small child or a golden retriever. Because I don't want you running off with acronyms and shit. I want you to literally be like this. Like, don't tell me. I'll give you a good example of it. Don't tell me to whisk 2 eggs. Tell me you're going to need 2 eggs. You're going to need to crack them. Then you're going to need to whisk them. The way you whisk something is da 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 da. So I went through and I built it, and it works. It does what I need it to do. I had to build a server that runs on my own PC. And then ChatGPT was like, would you like me to teach you how to put this on a remote server so that you could offload some of the resources? And I said, I looked at how many resources I was using. It's like, no, I'm good. I don't need to do that. But I might need to know that in the future. So, and I said to it, let's spend 20 minutes and you teach me the difference between server types. And it did. And it just went through. ChatGPT is amazing if you remember to keep telling it to teach you. But if you're just using ChatGPT to do things, then you're not learning from it. Which is also fine if you only needed to do something and then you're never going to need to touch it again. But if you actually need to learn some stuff, this is why I chose ChatGPT over Grok. I don't want an anime woman explain to me how to code while wiggling at me. I do like ChatGPT. I will say that I did look into the idea of training my own language model. I may still do it. One, it's kind of cost prohibitive, and two, I don't really know if I need that yet, but I will say that some people, based on the projects they want to do, they would definitely be better off training their own language model. The big piece being, you can teach it not to do its worst habits. Like, I'll tell you right now, Zencoder, one of its worst habits is, it doesn't group things in HTML on your CSS, specifically on your style sheet. It won't group things. It will do like dot paragraph border or dot paragraph font small caps. And then it'll do like heading 3, and then it'll go back to doing dot paragraph. Well, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to, every dot paragraph class is supposed to be contained in one section. Zencoder is still pretty bad about not doing that. Zencoder is also really bad about, like I said, it can only hold about 700 lines. So, just for the funny part of it, and when it's all said and done, I will get around to fixing this, but the fuck is it? This right here is something that Zencoder struggles with. So for a website that I have style CSS, which is the overall master style sheet, and then I have games CSS, which is the games page. And then because I wanted to have that Twitch banner that's on all of my websites when I'm live, the Twitch banner has its own CSS, because without that, the main CSS file gets too large, and so Zencoder starts overwriting itself. It starts overwriting things. So we're almost there. We're getting there. And yeah, I do have the skill set to manually go in and look at style CSS, game CSS, and Twitch banner CSS and make sure there's no conflicting headings, styles. But at the same time, the website's not so complex that I can't just have 3 style sheets load. But no, AI is amazing. AI is absolutely amazing. If you're smarter than what you're working with. If you're smarter than what you're working with and you know how to get it to do what you want it to do, AI is amazing. If you don't know those things, before you jump into something, you have to teach the AI to teach you the things that you don't know. Hey AI, I need you to teach me how to do this. Speaking of, I'll be right back. I'll see you later. Sorry about that. Oh. Oh, look at this. Another high-risk event that we need to do. Ah. My cat dropped a full Stanley on my wife's foot, so I had to check on her. So yeah. That's what happens when you have 7 cats. They tend to start doing obnoxious shit. I also don't recommend ever having 7 cats. We have a lot of cats that don't have a very long shelf life. We're just giving them quality of life care. We adopted a geriatric cat that somebody surrounded. I hate people, man. These people had 2 cats. Then they decided to get a kitten. And then they decided to get rid of their older cats because having 3 was too much. Well, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? 12-year-old cats that have called you family. Although, it was pretty clear that these assholes abused their cat. Because the cat that we took in is well-behaved, well-adjusted now. But was just so poorly adjusted for the first couple of months. The cat was underweight. The cat was scrawny. So we've gotten the cat up to a nice, healthy weight. And the cat's well adjusted. The cat's happy. But man, people that abuse animals, fucking. How do you abuse something that can't fight back? You want to abuse an animal and you want to impress me? Get in a fucking, you know, enclosure with a bear. Beat a bear with your bare hands, and then fucking talk to me. Like, people are such assholes. It's like yesterday. I'm a mandated reporter, so I'm required to report certain things. And I was waiting to get my CT scan. Is it? I'll bump it down then. Oh, why the fuck are there? I apologize. There's a second one. I don't know why there's a second one. There was. That's still too loud. I don't know why there's 2 4080 captures. Thank you for letting me know. I went to get a CT scan. That's still too loud. And I'm in the waiting room, and this lady is screaming at her mother. Like, the mom is like 90 years old, and the lady is just being fucking ridiculous. So I finally had to walk up to the counter, and I had to say to the receptionist, I was like, "Hey, I'm a mandated reporter, and what I'm witnessing is elder abuse. So either you guys address it because it's your place, or I have to call the police and have the police come up here, because I don't have a choice. I'm not gonna, like, I probably am not gonna go back to doing DV counseling, but I don't want to lose the option to do it. Because if you don't know this, a mandated reporter who doesn't report faces their own set of penalties." And so the receptionist lady was like, "Well, I don't know." I said, "If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'll just call the police and I'll have them deal with it." So she was kind of then compelled to do her job. Somebody from the back came out and walked into the lobby, and this lady is just being fucking terrible to her mother. And the lady from the back was like, "You're gonna need to calm down." And then the son, who I didn't know it was the son sitting across from him, the son started losing his shit. And the lady was like, you need to leave. You're just done. I'm just like, fucking people that yell at their parents like that. Like, your mom is 80 some odd years old. I only know that because I heard her talking to her daughter. And she's like, I don't want to get into a closed MRI. I booked an open MRI for a reason. And the daughter was like, Mom, I don't have all day to sit here. Just shut up and get it done. And then when the mom's like, no, I booked an open MRI. I'm going to wait for the open MRI. And the lady's like, Mom, you're such a pain in the ass and I don't have time for this. So I guess you're not going to get it done today. And just fucking going on and on. Like, Mom, you're always a pain in the ass. This is why nobody has time to take care of you. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But I don't want to look over and say that to him because I don't want to fucking start a fight. I just went up front and I was like, hey man, are you listening to this shit? Because if you're not listening to this shit, you need to be listening to this shit. So finally the hospital people took care of it, but it's that and people who abuse animals. Like, we volunteer with the Humane Society. I think I managed to mute it. Well, let me do this real quick. What the fuck is going on here? Delete that. Logo. That's so interestingly enough, I'm gonna have to go through. I don't even know how the 4080 is being captured right now because it's not a device that should be being captured at all. Apparently in the OBS update, it made... Let me mute this one, unmute this one. That, okay, so... we'll do it at 40. Yeah, I ran the wizard yesterday to set up the audio, and I don't know how there's even the 4080 capture isn't on my audio sets. So it's not, I shouldn't actually even have this here. What the fuck is what is going on? Oh, okay. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Okay. There's a 4080 for vertical and there's a 4080 for horizontal. I got rid of, I was streaming to YouTube Shorts for a while, and I don't like it. I do not like the I do not like the way that fucks with my OBS. So I got to go through now and clear that out. I do like I'm going to talk about Twitch for a second. Hopefully I don't get myself in trouble. I talked about Twitch the other day. Twitch has got a really big problem. And the really big problem that Twitch has is Twitch is so worried about losing their market share. They're taking knee-jerk reactions to things to try to retain market share, but Kick's numbers have nowhere to go but up. Kick is a good platform. Kick is doing good things. That doesn't, and this is so many people, and I think Dan Clancy falls into the people that do this. Just because I say good things about waffles doesn't mean I'm saying bad things about French toast. Kick does a lot of things that are really, really good. And they're able to do that because they're able to make Kick look enticing to people because they have enough money right now to be enticing to people. Kick would not be able to give every streamer $28.50 an hour, because I think $28.50 an hour is what your base partner rate on Kick is. Would I love to become a Kick partner and be getting $28.50 an hour? Sure, my company would love that. I stream 20 some odd hours a week. The company, shit, we're falling. Whatever that would work out to, I'll do the math in a second. I would love for my company to make that much money. Let me do the number in a second. So I stream 20 hours a week. At 20 hours a week at $28.50 an hour times 4. I would love for the company to be making $2,200 a month. I could produce a lot of music if I was making $2,200 a month for streaming. For not doing anything other than what I'm already doing, that would be amazing. But the problem is, Kick isn't going to be able to pay every single streamer that comes to their platform $28.50 an hour. What's eventually going to happen is, they're going to have the rank and file masses like Twitch does, like YouTube has, like Mixer did, like DLive does. If you have a pile of money and you can pay some streamers out of that pile of money, let's say Kick takes 50% of the market share. They won't be able to continue paying every streamer $28.50 because say they cap you at 40 hours a week. That's still an awful lot of money a week. So let's say they cap you at 40 hours a week. They only pay you for the first 40 hours you work. So we'll say 40 and we'll say $28.50. That's $1,140 a streamer per week. Well, some streamers would be making money. I'll take an Asmongold, for example. So let's just do a piece of math. I haven't prepped this math, so let's see how it works out. Say he streams for 40 hours a week at $28.50 an hour. So that's going to be, what did I say that was? That's going to be $1,140 a week. And let's divide that by 250. So you would have to get them 456 subs a week before they start making any money on your channel. Now, that's stovepiping it by saying you'd have to get that many subs. That's a lot of subs. But if you have 40,000 viewers, right? So let's just do 40,000 viewers. And I know this math, but I'm going to plug it in the calculator anyway. You have 40,000 viewers and you have a 10% conversion rate. So you have 4,000 subs, right? You divide that 1,000 a week just to make the numbers fit in the stovepipe. That means you'd be making money on a streamer with 40,000 viewers who has a 10% sub rate, and you were paying them $28.50 an hour. They would be getting half the sub money, you'd be getting half the sub money, and then you would be getting the money on 544 subs. So you'd be making money on them. Also assuming, ignoring regional pricing, because there's when we try to boil something down in the crucible, we got to keep it as simple as possible. But when you start looking at all that, if you had one streamer bringing in 4,000 subs, then that one streamer would pay for two streamers. The 2850, that 2850 piece. One streamer would pay for two streamers. And then ideally, that second streamer would pay for two more streamers. And kind of like your pyramid scheme, I'm not calling it a pyramid scheme, but kind of the way that works, eventually you've got 10 streamers paying for 20 streamers, right? And so now you're making all the profit on the other 10 in an ideal world. Well, at some point, you're not going, remember, that was predicated on each of your streamers having 40,000 viewers with a 10% sub conversion rate. Because if you're not getting that sub rate, you're not making enough money to offset the $28.50 an hour you're paying them. Now, right now, Asmongold is a walking, talking advertisement for people to go to Kick. Does anybody know offhand if that $250,000 he made was that $250,000 he made a week or a month? I know he showed a comparative of what he made on one interval at Twitch and what he made at one interval on Kick. I thought it was a week. I thought that was in a week. I could have been a month. We're gonna do a quick Google search. Oh, what it was is 2 streams. He made more money in 2 streams than he made in an entire month on Twitch. But that's because Kick is backed financially by online gambling. So they're not predicated on advertising per se. They're predicated on, they have a pool of money that they can afford to pay their talent out of. It's just like I said, if you wanted to start a new streaming network, you don't do what Microsoft did with Mixer and spend $50 million on, I think, 3 pieces of talent. You spend $50 million on 200 pieces of talent. You don't, like what Mixer did, and I'm not shitting on Shroud and I'm not shitting on Ninja, because they went and they made their paper, which is what I tell everybody to do. Go make your paper. Mixer was dumb for doing that. They were absolutely dumb for giving Tyler and Shroud and one other person a combined $50 million to come over there and stream. What you do is you go to all the people that have about 8,000 viewers. You sort through the Twitch list. You find where 8,000 becomes the magic number. And then you go in and you start vetting those channels. How many people have a legitimate 8,000 and how many people have a bloated 8,000? You find the people, the 6,000 to 10,000 range. And you reach out to them. And you just say to them, we would like you to stream on Mixer. And we would like you to stream on Mixer for 40 hours a week. And we will pay you, let's do... We want you to stream on Mixer 40 hours a week, and we will pay you $75,000 a year, working out to $36 an hour. We'll pay you $36 an hour to stream, 40 hours a week. We won't pay you overtime. If you have to understand that your contract is for 40 hours a week. If you stream more than that on the platform, that is not directed work. That is you working, building your brand. You still get ad revenue, or maybe you don't give them ad revenue. Or maybe you don't give them ad revenue until after you've recouped 75,000, but you still give them their direct donation money and their sub money. And again, you tell them something along the lines of, you're going to get $75,000 a year flat rate fee. You get 30% of your subscriptions until we've made our 75,000 back. You don't get any advertising revenue until we've made our 75,000 back. Once we've made our 75,000 back, your split goes to 50-50 on subs, and you get 30% of your ad revenue. Once we've made another $75,000 on you, your sub revenue goes to 70%, and you get 55% of your ad revenue. And you always keep 100% of your donations, if you're going to do an equivalent of bits. If you do that, you have literally just bought yourself 2,080 hours of programming for $75,000 with a ridiculously high chance of capitalization, because that person is going to make a choice, and that choice is going to be, do I stay on Twitch where I don't have a guaranteed take, or do I move over to this new platform where I have a guaranteed take, right? I owe them 40 hours a week. So I owe them 8 hours, 5 days, or I owe them 10 hours, 4 days. And that, if you were being paid $75,000 to stream in a year, would you balk at the times that you're streaming on the clock? You can't multi-stream? And the answer is no, you wouldn't. You're on a 3-year contract. You know you're going to make $75,000 a year for 3 years. You're on a guaranteed contract. And if that company saw that how quickly you brought in the first $75,000 and then the second $75,000, that company then has a vested interest in working with you, right, to promote you. And if that company is smart, that company is going to promote you and schedule you, because you're an employee of theirs. They're going to schedule you in such a way where you start work at 9. They want you to start your stream at 9 and work till 5. So they know this section of the clock is filled. Now, whether or not you stay live with them after that is your choice. You can go offline and go over to Twitch. You could go offline and go over to YouTube. You could, whatever. But from that 9 to 5 slot, Monday through Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever you schedule, that's it. You can't multicast because they're paying you. And then this person over here that they've paired off with you, if we could get the right color, this person's going to come online at 5 at night, right? Or they might go live at like a little bit earlier, whatever. But the hours they owe you is 5 to midnight. So we'll say 4. We'll say they come on at 4. So 4 to midnight, that's where you are, right? And then this person up here comes on at midnight and is live till 8 in the morning. and you have these 3 people scheduled as streamers, look at that. Just see what you're seeing there. You become a fan of Jalan. You become a fan of Athena the cat. And you know that you're going to get on at... I need another color. You're going to be able to get on to watch at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you're going to get 2 hours of Athena the cat. And then Jay's going to be on, and you're going to be a member of this audience for probably 4 to 5 hours. How fucking easy would that have been for Mixer to spread $50 million around instead of throwing all that money at 3 pieces of talent? Because what I've just done there is let me see how much 50 million would be. Let me see how much talent I could get. I could get 222 pieces of talent. Think about that. 222 pieces of talent. I could get 462,000 programming hours for 1/3 of a $50 million budget, because I'm going to take 50 million and I'm going to pay these people and put these people on guaranteed contracts for 3 years. Now, if Kick wanted to be smart, that's what Kick would do. If Twitch wanted to be smart, that's what Twitch would do. Twitch would get 200, and we'll just put it 200 pieces of talent, pay them $75,000 a year, help them with all of the things that streamers need help with, right? And I'll give you a really great, easy example. Hey, Twitch, I'm going on vacation. I know that contractually obligated, I owe you 2,080 hours a year. I'm going on vacation for 10 days, so I will make up the hours throughout the year. You'll get your 2,080 hours, but I'm going to be on vacation. On these days, while I'm on vacation, I'm going to post a picture from while I'm on vacation. So be on the lookout for those and then retweet those. So imagine you follow and we're going to say the fictitious company. We're going to say the Stanley Streaming Company. Stanley Streaming, I tell my coordinator I'm going to be on vacation. And I say, I will tweet a picture out on this day. So I tweet that out. Then Stanley, who has 500,000 people following their Twitter account, tweets out, oh, hey, we just want to wish Jay all the best. He's on vacation. Check out a picture of Jay and Goofy. This is Jay's usual streaming time, and he's off, quote, goofing off. And there's a picture of me and Goofy. So that becomes marketing. That becomes your marketing and asset, even when the asset isn't even online. You're helping that creator build an audience. That's where Twitch and fucking Kick and YouTube and all these other places, D-Live, all these other places, they're absolutely failing. They're not building a symbiotic relationship with their creators. They're not helping their creators be successful. What did Twitch's most recent fucking piece of bullshit? Twitch wants to make it so that me as the creator can take a portion of my funds to make gift subs cheaper to give on my channel. You want me to spend my money so that more gift subs happen. I don't know. How about if you had a crop of 200 streamers? Work with me here. One of your streamers reaches their next threshold, say 25,000 followers. So they hit their new threshold. So Twitch pushes out, hey, Jay just hit 25,000 followers. To celebrate this, for the next 96 hours, subscriptions to his channel are 25% off. You've literally created a celebration around one of your 200 people, right? Yeah, the extra discount goes from the streamer's pocket. Yes. You can turn on discounted subs. I don't even know if I have that shit turned on. Let me see. Enroll your channel in promotions where viewers are offered discounts which you share with Twitch. You have 70 hours total available promotion time remaining. You can distribute this over 7 promos. You can start new promos anytime until December 31st. You must have both hours and promos remaining. So I can do a discount for 35% off 5 gifted subs. But I hold on, let me hit the learn more. Monetized creators can set up and manage their own gift subscription discount promotions on their channels. You can offer your viewers 35% discount on gift sub bundles of 5 or more. Each year, monetized streamers receive 7 tokens and 7 hours of promotional time to activate discounts for their community. You must have 1 token and 1 hour of promotional time available. During your custom Twitch and the streamer split the discounted gift subscription, and promotions like this one, the streamers will make their usual net revenue on the discounted price. Our analytics show that these discounts drive higher volumes of purchases and typically more than offset the reduced price. So that's a different program. What's the other one? Spendable balance. If you enroll, you will be able to spend your balance on Twitch as spendable balance. So this is one of those things where I like the idea of being able to reduce the cost of subscriptions to my channel. I don't like the idea of reducing the cost of sub bundles or 5 or more. Because basically what I'm saying is I'll give you a discount if you pay for 5 subs to my channel. I don't want to do that. That I don't think is my flavor. If I could make it so that subscriptions to my channel were 99 cents, I'd fucking do that. I would do that. If I could make them $1.99, I would do that. I sometimes wonder, well, I won't even say I wonder. I sometimes worry that Twitch is like, Twitch doesn't know what Twitch is trying to be anymore. Twitch is trying to be too corporate. Twitch is trying, like, tell people this all the time. Like when you open a restaurant, or you open a restaurant, you open a bar, you open a whatever. You're in the business of you're in the business of what you're in the business of doing. Don't worry about all the other businesses. Do I still have the little clip?
If you're one of those people,
I still have the clip. I might still have the clip. I don't have the clip. It's a clip from the TV show Landman, where he's at a meeting and he's like, stop fucking asking me about making cleaner engines. I don't fucking make engines. I fucking drill gasoline. I care that gasoline stays between $68 and $77 a barrel, and that's all I care about. So stop wasting my fucking time. And he's absolutely right. Twitch is worried about right now, like, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but they've literally had 5 people for years telling them for free what the problems are with what they're trying to do, and they don't fucking listen. You've had Asmongold, you've had Ninja, you've had Nutty, you've had Tyler, you've had Tim the Tapman. They're literally like, these are the things that we need as creators in order to ensure that we make the money that we want to make, that we have the support that we need. This is how we can grow our brands. It's not like it's a big fucking secret. It's not like it's a big fucking secret. If Twitch wants to actually make money, then what Twitch needs to do, very, very simply, is Twitch needs to look at the TikTok app and they need to say, great, we're making that for only Twitch clips. We are making TikTok for Twitch clips that the only way they can be used is if they are generated natively on Twitch. And then what should happen is this: if you make a clip of my channel, it goes into the pool of clips that are actively being shown. The more impressions, engagements, interactions the clip gets, the higher up the likelihood of it being seen. Now you could do a following and a for you and a best of at the top of the thing. I only want to see clips of streamers that I follow. Or you could even do following, subscribed, recommended, best of. So at the top of the page, the one all the way to the left is a roll of only the people that you subscribe to. So if I'm your only subscription, the only clips you're going to see are the clips from my channel. The next tab over is all the ones that you follow. The next one is at the bottom, is like, because you watch Jay, you should also watch this streamer. And then the last is which clips in the last 24 hours have had the most comments, likes, engagements, shares, whichever your sort criteria is. Imagine if Twitch did that. Imagine if Twitch did that. I've just given you 2 categories that is going to encourage people to, 1, follow streamers, and 2, subscribe to streamers. The system we have designed has 2 headings. Now people are going to be like, well, why wouldn't you let people why wouldn't you let streamers load their other social media onto, because you don't, that's not what you want. You want people watching streams in order to find good clips. Instead of the app now looks like some weird Instagram. Yeah, and exactly. You don't need to make it clever. You don't need to make it saucy. You don't need to make it amazing. You need to make it literally TikTok with 4 headings. Those I subscribe to, those I follow, ones you're recommending for me based on my viewing choices, and the absolute very best of in the last 24-hour period. That's it. I've just solved your engagement problem. I've just solved your engagement problem. I've just made it now so that every streamer is going to be asking their community to make clips because they want to make clips that get them into the most engaged of the last 24 hours. Because I can't get discoverability if I'm not producing clips. And it's easier for, if I have 100 people in my channel, it's easier for 100 people in my channel to make one clip each and 100 clips get generated of my channel than it is for me as the streamer to generate 100 clips. I've just given you something to do. You could also do, ready? You could do a pool of free Twitch Turbo, right? You could do free Twitch Turbo for the person who makes the clip that gets the most engagement every 24-hour period. So midnight Pacific to 11:59 Pacific every day, whichever clip gets the most engagement, the person who made that clip gets a free month of Twitch Turbo. Imagine that. There used to be a custom command so people could make clips with a single button. It went away, and that's still a little bit beyond me. You used to just be able to type !clip on my channel, and it made a clip. It doesn't work anymore because the plugin doesn't work. I probably could do it for myself, and I could probably do it. I've thought about it with a notepad and pen. I could probably make it so like my VIPs could do it because I can restrict commands to like VIPs that I mark or moderators or subscribers maybe. But it's still a little bit beyond me. Yeah, you can't set a custom title and it's always 30 seconds. Right. But then you can go in and edit the title of the clip you make. But then we're asking you to actually do work. But if we did that scroll the way I suggested, you wouldn't need to search because you wouldn't be searching for clips. You would literally be getting your 15-second brain rot or your 90-second brain rots, and you wouldn't care in the first two categories because think about it. If the first category is the people that you subscribe to, that's going to be the one you look at most of the time anyway. So you're going to be like, oh, who streamed today? Boom, 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 boom. Then the next one's going to be the ones you follow. You're not going to be searching. You're not searching for brain rot. You're just literally rotting your brain out by thumb. Oh, that was funny as shit. And then as soon as I'm not getting my ass shot off, I'll show you a very simple thing that they could do. And I'll say this, it is very simple because anything that's on one of my websites, and I mean this, I'll make fun of myself all day long, twice on Sunday. Anything that's on one of my websites has got to be absolutely simple to do because I did it. If I can do it, you can do it. No, but you'd still want a catchy title. Again, maybe not. If you're not going to allow people to search the clips and it's just going to go into one of 4 scrollable things, you might not need it. You might not. But this is the piece that you'd want to do that would just be clutch. You'd want this. You'd want this right here. One button share to Facebook, Pinterest, Reddit, X, or copy the link. That's what you'd want. So that as you're scrolling through, if you thought something was funny as shit, you could one button send it to Twitter. You could one button send it to Reddit. One button send it, one button copy it so that you could post it in a Discord. And then what you talked about, API calls, right? You set up your Discord server to call all of the clips generated of your channel, which is what that other command used to do. So you pull all of the clips made of your channel into a Discord channel. So number one, your Discord community can see them without, and you might not want to do that. You might want to do that. It depends how you're monetizing it. Yeah, you want a webhook because you want the streamer. See, and this is where I think Twitch fails and YouTube fails and Kick fails, and they all fail. They all look at it as a matter of how does it benefit us? They're not living by that symbiotic relationship. They're living on the how do we benefit? It's not about how you benefit. Especially once I said, and yeah, I get it. There's probably 99,000 people streaming on Twitch right now. You don't give a shit about them if you're Twitch. If your problem is you're not profitable, you're not going to get profitable if you worry about how do we make 99,000 people profitable. You're going to get profitable by saying, how do we make 200 people profitable? Well, why would we want a button that drives people away from our app? Because it helps that content creator grow. And this is, I'm going to tell you, this is where Ashes of Creation fucking completely shit the bed. They had an amazing content creator program. They decided to discontinue it. They never actually leveraged it. Who are the major Ashes of Creation content creators now? The answer is what? Richie? Nice? I don't see anybody else making Ashes content. It's because they got their feelings hurt when people were critical, and they never built that symbiotic relationship with them where they said, you know what? I like this video. I'm going to retweet it out. What they cared about retweeting out like the Lazy Peon's video. Lazy Peon doesn't need you to retweet out his video. He's gonna get 1 million views on his Ashes of Creation video without your help. He doesn't need your help. So stop trying to help the people that don't need your help. Help the people who need your help. And then the other piece of that is like Nutty forever. Nutty forever. If Twitch would just call Nutty and invite him to have a sit down, Twitch would get like 500 fucking things that would literally make the platform better. His entire brand is helping streamers. His entire brand has been, this is what sucks about Twitch. He got banned because his Twitch chat on screen, or his chat on screen, showed more than just Twitch chat. Twitch, why do you fucking care? Well, we don't want people going to other platforms. Why? Because we're going to lose money. Why? Because we don't have market share. But fucking why? You're losing market share. Why? I literally just told you, here is a great way to carrot yourself to getting people to make better content. I mean, bullshit right now, people that are here. If I offered you $75,000 a year guaranteed for 3 years to stream, would you stream? Would you stream 40 hours? Rail, where the fuck are you, Rail? Rail, if I offered you $75,000 a year guaranteed to stream, and then let me do a piece of math here. Let me do a piece of math because I like real numbers. You're gonna get 75,000 a stream, and then I'm gonna work some numbers. So I'm gonna pay you $75,000, and then you're gonna get 32,000 out of the 107,000.1 that I need to make in order to pay you this, and then you're gonna get another 75,000 because I need to make 150,000 before we start splitting the money in your favor. So would you stream right now for 182,000 not guaranteed dollars, But this is ideally what you would make in a year, every year for 3 years. Is there anybody that's going to turn that down? $182,000. Are you going to turn that down? I don't think you're going to turn that down. For 2,080 hours of work, I don't think you're turning that down. You're going to make a base salary of $75,000 with upwards of $182,000. So if we do 182,000 divided by 2080, are you going to turn down $87.50 an hour? I don't think you're going to turn down $87.50 an hour. And that's how easy it would be. But people, they need to look past, like, they need to look past. Like, Jay, we would like you to stop cussing so much on your stream. Why is that? Because there's been some advertisers that have gone to your stream and they were interested in advertising on your channel, but you cuss too much. Okay, I'll tone that down. Okay, it's worth $50,000. I ain't turning that down because I don't live in America and that's a shit ton of money for me. Right. Exactly. And therein is the biggest piece of it. You could be making, Twitch could be making, Kick could be making, YouTube could be making, D Live could be making a lot more money. An awful lot more money. But they do what all these companies do, They worry about the short term. It takes time to build talent. As a reminder, Patrick Stewart lived out of a suitcase for the first 6 weeks of shooting Star Trek because he was convinced that the show was going to get canceled. There are people that have left TV shows because they thought they weren't going to be successful. Matt Damon turned down Jake Sully in 10% of Avatar. Sean Connery turned down Gandalf, and his cut would have been $500 million. People make mistakes. People make bad calls. If you have $50 million to invest, and you don't have to have 50 million sitting there right now, you just have to, you have to be able to generate up to $50 million over 3 years. You could fucking, Kick could take 50 or 60% of the market share away from Twitch. Twitch could also, by the same token, drive Kick back down to 5% of the market share. Or maybe 10, depends on who it is. Like, some people you're not going to be able to buy. But, and I don't have a good, what? I don't have a real good way to track Kick stats. I can track Twitch stats, but I don't have a real good way of tracking Kick stats. Kick could do so much to
what up?
Kick could do so much to grab market share. I'll show this. And this is where, this is where Kick is going to have to be careful. Let me do this real quick. Let me pull this down. Because then I can tie this into content creator programs. Like right now, I'll tell you, for Once Human Once Human has a content creator program where they've done something smart and they've done something stupid. The thing that they did was smart, right? Is they paired up with certain creators and they have creator specific drops. And I've said for years, creator specific drops are great. The problem is this creator and the other couple of creators that have creator specific drops, the creator is live in the middle of the drop campaign, not playing the game that I can earn the drop. Bad luck. If I'm a game studio, if I'm in charge of Paradox Game Studio, when I partner with you to drive a bunch of traffic to your channel, I'm not going to have an open window without dates. It's going to be from this date to this date, you have a custom specific drop. The only game you can play in that range is the game I'm doing with you. That means for Thursday through Sunday, you can only play my game. I'm buying all of your time because that drop is only available through you. I'm giving you a custom drop. I'm paying you. I'm driving traffic to you. You tell me when you go live, we'll retweet it out. That's that symbiotic partnership. But companies, I don't know what it is. I don't know why companies are fucking dumb. Like, they don't get it. Like, I'll show you. Let's do Twitch tracker. So if you're not familiar with this site, this is an amazing website. This lets you see all sorts of stats. Like right now, there's 3.2 million people watching Twitch right now. Isn't that fucking amazing? There's 3.2 million people watching Twitch. There's 107,000 channels broadcasting. Now, the sad part is, let me close that. If I pop over here real quick. Let me grab this and I'll put it over here. You look at Once Human. Viewers low to high. All these people right here, one viewer. All of these are the one viewer channels. Look at that. You have to go all the way down to there to find somebody with 2 viewers. There's 2s. There's 3s. So we'll go right to there. Because so 5 a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 rows of streamers that aren't even relevant. And because if you're streaming to 3 or less people, it's usually you and your bot. That's 70 streamers. 70 streamers, right? Look at this for the week. Tim the Tapman, 270,000 peak. Shroud, 96,000, right? Over here, currently active. 82,000, 65,000 active. 44,000. So let's look at these people right here. Let's roll down 11,000 viewers. Let's start here. 10,000 viewers, right? Where did I go? 10,000 viewers. Rust player. I would offer this person. They are right now, they have 0.31% of the total Twitch viewership. They have 10% of Rust's viewership. Okay? I would offer, or this person's got 10.8% as well. So I would go this person. I would go this person, right? Let me see. Is there anybody else on Rust? Let's go one more page. This person, 8.92%. And this person, 8.25%. And this person, 7. I would take those 5 people right there. Right there. I take those 5 people. I would offer them $75,000 a year to stream on Jalon's platform. If I had the money, I'd offer him $75,000 a year to stream. That's 5 of my 200 candidates. I've got Rust. Now I'm going to do the same for League. I'm going to do the same for... I'll probably do 10 for WoW. You know, I'm going to go through and I'm going to pick games. What are the top games being viewed on Twitch right now? What are the top games? Battlefield 6. I would get 10 Battlefield 6 streamers. I would have either already identified them or I would be identifying them right now. League of Legends, Counter-Strike, GTA 5, Valorant, Fortnite, Dota 2, World of Warcraft, Minecraft, Marvel Rivals, Call of Duty Warzone, Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight I would put an asterisk next to because I would be looking, because Dead by Daylight, we're down to 27,000 viewers right now, but it's okay. I would go through all of those games and I would identify the top 5 to 10 streamers. And what I would do is I would offer them a $75,000 a year contract, the same contract that I spelled out earlier. I'd offer all of them that. And I would say, here's the deal. We're going to offer you $75,000 a year to stream for 3 years. You get 30% of your subscriptions until we've made $75,000. Then you get 50% of your subscriptions until we've made another $75,000. And after that, you can have 70% of your subscriptions from that point forward. Advertising, you don't get any advertising dollars from us until we've made $150,000. But you have to hustle the $150,000 in subs. You don't get any advertising dollars. We're going to put ads on your channel, but you don't get any of that money until we've made our $150,000. And then after that, you get 55% of it. You have a mandatory 3-minute break. And I probably wouldn't do a 3-minute break. I would probably do a 30-second break. You have a 30-second break at the top of every hour. Plan accordingly. But you keep 100% of your donations from day one. You would get so many streamers that would be on board with that shit from minute one. Now, I know some people are going to say, well, the top people are making more than $75,000 a year. Okay, guess what? If the top people are in fact making more than that, then they're going to tell you no, and you just go to the next name on the list, and the next name on the list, and the next name on the list. Because again, you're going to be doing you're going to be putting people on schedules. You're going to be promoting people. You're going to be using your social media influence. You're going to be helping them with bios. You're going to be helping them with, whatchamacallit, their promo books. And you're going to be doing that because the bigger they get, they're contracted to you, right? For 3 years. The bigger you make them, the faster they make that $75,000 next year. The faster they make the next $75,000. And then it's just like I say, it's kind of like the child support analogy I give people. If I'm taking a percentage of the money you make, but I'm helping you make the money. I want you to make $1 million. I want you to have $1 million in income because I'm taking 30% of it. I want you to make $2 million in income because I'm taking 30% of it. For those 3 years, you're setting those, and I know some people are going to say, well, what if they happen to get really big in the second year? Are you going to adjust their rates? No, because am I going to adjust the rates of the people that I'm stuck with the shit eels who go on some racist, homophobic, xenophobic tirade, and now I'm not making. No, I probably would have a clause that if you go on a xenophobic, racist, homophobic, transphobic tirade and you lose all your viewership, you violate your deal. I'd have a morality clause in it. But I'm not gonna cut people loose. I'm gonna give them their 3 years to make money. Now think about that. Imagine 200 streamers on your platform, 400,000 programming hours, who you've literally said the sky's the limit. After you've made us this money, the sky's the limit. If only half of your streamers make the 2 targeted goals, you've still paid for all the streamers the following year. And maybe you write in a minimum performance clause. If you are unable to generate 107,000 and change in subscriptions in a 12-month period of time in the first year, we terminate your contract at the end of the first year. You still make the 75,000. You still get your 30% of whatever you do raise. But if you don't raise enough money to pay for yourself for the next year, then at the end of the year, we cut your deal. I don't think anybody would think that that's predatory. I paid you 75,000 and I paid you your fair share of the subscriptions you got. I gave you 30% of the subscriptions you got, but you just didn't make 109,000 in subscriptions. If you make that, you paid for yourself for the next. Remember, the trick to that is I want you to pay for yourself for next year. Because remember, it takes $50 million to do this program for 3 years. The first year, I'm going to spend 16 million of it. But if I get you to pay for yourself for next year, all the money you make for the next year pays for your third year, and then all the money you make in your third year is profit for both of us. You see how that's so much better of a fucking thought process than what Dan Clancy wants to do? That we want the streamer to take a portion of their money to make subscriptions cheaper for the viewers. It's not fucking rocket surgery. It's literally looking at it and saying, where are we not making money? Why is Twitch not making money? And then of course somebody's going to say, well, they lose all the money on all the streamers that choose to not monetize their channel. Okay, we'll fix that. Your channel's automatically monetized. Whether or not you file the paperwork to get your cut of the money is completely irrelevant. Asmongold deliberately costing them money every single day that he streamed on Zach Rar because it wasn't monetized. Fuck that. I would have put ads on it. If you don't want to turn on the monetization switch so we give you a cut of the money, that's fine, but you're not going to cost us money. This is the big talking point with Twitch, where Twitch talked about 66% of their money comes from money that should have gone to the talent. Because you sub to my channel, Twitch takes 50%. And I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that. Because I don't have an upfront cost. I don't have the ability to build my own streaming platform. I don't have the ability to have my own Twitch. Because I don't have that, I use somebody else's. I'm okay with paying. I'm okay with paying for that. But I've also said, what did I show? 70 streamers with less than 3 viewers? Well, if they have less than 3 viewers, chances are they're not affiliated. If they're not affiliated, if they're not affiliates, they're probably not making you any money at all, so they're costing you money. If in 90 days you can't get your Twitch channel affiliated, you now have to begin spending $9.99 a month for your channel. It's cost of doing business. Guess what? What that's going to do is that's going to get rid of all the people who are just kind of okay with doing it. And guess whose problem they become? Any other platform that doesn't charge them a minimum amount to be on their platform. Well, that's not fair because you're discouraging people. You can't get monetized in 90 days. You can't get monetized in 90 days. If you have a barrier of entry, What's the old expression? You throw your cap over the wall because now you have no choice but to get over the wall. If you were told your Twitch channel was going to cost you $10 a month, unless you got affiliate status, you would either get affiliate status or you'd fuck right off. And think about it. They have 107,000 channels right now that they're encoding. The more people that watch a channel, the more it costs them. But they're encoding in just one game, this game, 70 streams. They're encoding. They're incurring the cost to encode that many streams. They're not making any money. No, and yes, I did say earlier that Kick has the advantage that they're backed by online gambling, so they could afford a lot more. But Kick is going to grow, and then they're going to run into all the same problems that Twitch ran into. They're not building symbiotic relationships. Look at how many people make videos complaining about Twitch. It's the platform they make their money on, and they're still making videos complaining about the platform. I think Twitch or Kick or D Live or Microsoft could bring back Mixer, although I would have a new name. Think about it if you started it completely differently. Just think we're going to have 200 people on the platform. We're going to pay them. And while they're on our platform, they can't simulcast to anywhere else. But we're going to pay them $75,000 a year. There's going to be people that have no problem starting from day one paying you $10 to stream on that platform. Shit, there would be smart entrepreneurial type people that would have no problem paying $25 a month to stream on that platform. Because they would be saying, you have these 200 people, and when those people go offline, I know you only have 5 streamers in the once human category. When they go offline, their viewership might be looking for another piece of talent. I only have to get, let's call it 16 subs to cover my $30 a month fee. Yeah, I'll do that. That's a cost of doing business. Now, whether or not they would get the subs is a different talking point. But oh yeah, I think that between that and companies actually doing better with their sponsorships or their partnerships, I think there's so much money. I think there's so much more money to be had for everybody. But again, Twitch is worried about the pennies on the floor. They're not worried about the $100 bills that are just stacked and waiting on the table. And it's probably because Daddy Amazon is wondering, when are you going to become profitable? And again, Amazon had the absolute best way to make fuck tons of money, and they got rid of it, which was just the dumbest shit I've ever seen. They used to have Amazon Blacksmith, which was literally a panel that you could use to sell stuff. Twitch owned by Amazon with AWS platform, it still loses bucket loads of cash each year. Yeah, it loses, well, because remember, Amazon doesn't give Twitch the server space for free. Otherwise, you're shifting loss around. Twitch still pays. See, that's what people don't understand. They don't grasp. Amazon Game Studios pays Amazon Web Services for the servers that they use for New World. It's just like Warner Brothers Movies pays Warner Brothers Distribution Services to distribute the movies. Amazon is a multi-level company that's interested in making money on multiple levels. I do agree with you, and they're not probably paying full retail. Absolutely. I'm playing a free game with insane expensive loot boxes, which keep game alive till NetEase switches to the next fresh way to sell pixels. Yeah, but let me ask you this: a lot of people bring up that point about the expensive loot boxes. What do you care? What does it matter? If you're not interested in spending any money on a game, what does it matter? All to avoid monopoly issues. What are you talking about? Twitch can't be hit with a monopoly. Amazon can't be hit with a monopoly practices because there's competitors. You don't get hit with monopoly lawsuits and antitrust lawsuits unless you're taking unfair, illegal steps to put your competitors out of business. If D Live closed, if Kick closed, if YouTube Live went offline, the government wouldn't do anything to Twitch, because Twitch would say, we had lots of competitors, they all went out of business. Don't care personally, it's just effective business, but it's not effective business. If you're going to say something's effective business, it first and foremost has to be a fact. Disney is boxed in on all sides due to antitrust issues. Disney was not allowed to acquire Fox Sports. When Disney acquired Fox, Disney was told by the federal regulators, you may not acquire Fox Sports. You either need to spin off ESPN or you need to not acquire Fox Sports. It's your choice what you do, but one of these things must happen. Because then Disney would have had an absolute monopoly on sports broadcasting. With that said, I think anti-monopolistic practices are good. But back to your other point about I'm playing a free game with insane loot boxes, my question is, what does it matter? If there's no pay to win and there's no paywalls, then people that don't want to spend any money, why do they care? See, and I've never understood this about gamers. Gamers have complained about this for years. You're upset that a free game has no paywall and no pay to win, but you're upset about the cost of the loot boxes. But why? You don't have to buy them. If you don't want to buy them, don't buy them. I would much rather have a game like Once Human that doesn't have pay to win and doesn't have a paywall for any content. I haven't had to buy any new content. I haven't had to pay for a DLC, haven't had to pay for an expansion. Now, do I personally, as a business person, believe that they would make a shit ton more money if they sold their stuff for cheaper? Oh, absolutely. I'm not defending their practice. I don't think their practice is good. I just don't understand people's complaint about it. The game is free, yes. It has no pay to win, yes. But you're mad that the shinies cost money. Well, how do you expect them to keep the servers online? Again, I think they could keep the servers online in a better form and fashion if they didn't sell cosmetics at $29.99. But obviously, if the game has been around for a year, somewhere they're making money. Well, you did make a judgment. I want you to read up a few lines because you did make a judgment. So that's why I was asking you about the judgment you made. The judgment what you said was you're playing a free game with insane expensive loot boxes. That's a judgment. Insane expensive is a judgment. If you weren't opting to make a judgment, you would have said you're playing a free-to-play game with loot boxes. You've chosen to be deliberate in your choice of words, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can think they're insanely expensive, and I would agree with you. I have said for the whole year I've been playing this game, I have said, in my opinion, this is pure stupidity right here. 2480, when in order to get 2480, you have to spend $29.99, and you don't even get the 2480 you need. So to get the 2480 you need, you have to either do the $49.99 pack or the $29.90 pack and the $4.99 pack. Fact, insane expensive loot box, which keeps compared to other popular games. Except, again, it's not a fact that it's insanely expensive. Insanely expensive is an opinion. Because, I mean, 20, 40, 60, 80, 1, 20, 40, 60, 80, 2, 225 in my wallet right now. $225 is walking around money. Like that's front pocket money. That's money clip money. I don't think that's insanely expensive. Insanely expensive is an opinionated scale. I just went to Disney I spent 8 days at a Disney resort. Some people would say that's insanely expensive. Yeah. For a person from Brazil, that might be $60. For someone from the US, that might not be until $500. I play Gag High for years. Understand business model. Clearly, a character can cost $200 plus. And what? A character should cost you $180 per year. If you want to put it in a business model, a character, any game you play, should cost you $180 a year if you're not buying the discount, because a $14.95 subscription by 12 months a year is $179.40. So we just round that up to 180. I would rather a game be free to play if it can be. Gotcha. Well, a gotcha game, again, can be $200 or $500 or $1,000 or however much a person rolls into the mix. I don't think there's a fixed amount. Again, though, when we look at why games are like that, the Chinese, they love this is a Chinese-made game. People need to understand. Starry Studios is a Chinese-made game. Chinese people love their loot boxes. They absolutely love them. I hate them. I hate loot boxes. I would be more inclined to give you $50 for something if I can get the one thing I want versus having to pay you for RNG boxes. I would absolutely rather give you $50 and get the one thing I want. I agree with you that we have a lot of problems with games. I also would meet you somewhere in the middle that regardless of the price, gacha mechanics are predatory. Gacha mechanics are predatory, absolutely. Rail says he would rather them sell the cosmetics than energy to play the game. I agree. I think that what Archage has done. Why the fuck do we have so many fucking fertilizer things up here? Is there a reason? Did we need like 20 of them? I think where Archage has done a great job. Oh, you're cooking? Okay. Is they took out the pay to win component of patron versus non-patron, of free to play players earning only half of the energy that patrons did. Oh, okay. We had a shit ton of spoiled food. I think that's a bullshit way to do your business. But the funny part was, when it came to Archage, the Koreans, and if you remember, if you read the article that Jake Song did in the Korean gaming magazine, he literally said, Korean developers, we need to stop thinking of games as inherently Korean and then worrying about how we're going to port them to the Western world. We have to focus on making the games from the very beginning with the Western world in mind. And he's absolutely correct. the Western audience does not like the same things that the Korean audience does. And having been to Korea with the military and seeing their whatchamacallits, brain gaming cafes. In Korea, going to the gaming cafe is part and parcel of the culture. It's part and parcel of being a gamer. You go to the gaming cafes, you spend time there. You might get a beverage there, or you might just be there for an hour. But what did Archage do? Archage partnered with a lot of these gaming cafes. So when you went into the gaming cafe, you got the legendary weapons out of the Song Valley. Well, for them, pay to win isn't a problem because they like their pay to win. Bad RNG isn't a problem. They actually like their bad RNG. Western audience sees it differently. You got to know your audience. And this is where he said Korean game makers need to stop trying to figure out how to take a Korean game and port it to the Western world. And instead, you need to focus on making a game from the ground up that the Western world is going to be okay with. And once he did that, we started to see potentially some changes to games coming out of Korea. Now, with him retiring and him leaving XL Games, and if you're not aware of this, Jake Song was pretty much forced out of his company. Kakao Games bought controlling interest of XL Games, and Jake Song retired, which is a loss to the gaming world because he's a very good game designer. He's one of the people responsible for Lineage 2. He's responsible for Archage. Very good games. Regardless of the monetization, we got to look at Archage as a game, and then we got to look at the monetization. He had to put things into the game that would generate money. You're going to have a free-to-play game. You've got to put in things that are going to be non-palatable. It sucks, but you got to put them in. Is Riot Games correct? Can you build an MMO RPG that runs just on cosmetics? I don't know. But when you have $1 billion revenue stream, you can afford to try and find out. I'll be right back. But yeah, I wish that Once Human, I wish this game would. Oh, that's right. I wanted to check something real quick. When you have a game company like Amazon Game Studios that can be funded by Amazon, the parent corporation, for a period of time, then they are more able, I should say, they are more able to try things while they're being supported by the parent company. But at some point, the parent company is going to say, look, this experiment is over. You're not profitable. If you look at what Amazon Game Studios did, they spent a fuck ton of money trying to build Lumberyard. They tried really, really hard to build a game engine. But instead of spending a decade building a game engine from the ground up, what they did was they took CryEngine, and then they basically took CryEngine and optimized it for Amazon, pre-optimized it for Amazon Web Services. We're going to give you the engine for free. You don't have to pay us royalties. And you don't have to use our web services, but all the code inside the engine is pre-written to be optimized for our web service providing, our server providing. Except they couldn't understand why people didn't want to go with it, because Lumberyard had all the flaws of CryEngine and all the flaws of all the shit that they introduced at the very same time that Epic Games was putting out Unreal Engine 5 and these ultimately massive quality of life improvements. Well, that one wasn't going to be too hard to see where that went. How many different games did Amazon have that they killed? They killed their shooter. They killed their basketball game. They killed their racing game. Those are the three that I remember. And it was basically just a matter of, we spend a bunch of money, we try to build a game. They killed, I don't know if John Schmedley's project is killed, but John Schmedley is no longer with Amazon. They had a whole studio of like 160 people dedicated to this guy's project. And then now he's just gone. He's not there anymore. Well, you can do that when you have a multi-billion-dollar company footing the bill. But New World is basically dead as well. New World is basically dead. How many people are playing it on PC right now? New World has 10,000 people in a 24-hour peak. It averages less than 7,000 people for the last 7 months, 6 months. There's more people playing Once Human through Steam than there are playing New World through Steam. In fact, there's 3 times as many people playing this as there are through New World. Now, again, this has its own launcher, and I think people forget about the fact that it has its own launcher. Well, that's good. Merge starts in 4 days, and there's no worlds being merged, so that's good to know. It's part of what we wanted to find out. But yeah, there's no... The custom servers are one of the biggest things Once Human offered. You can turn the game into anything you want with friends for a month at a time. All blueprints unlocked. I agree that the custom servers are one of the best things Once Human has offered. I agree with you. At the same time, I don't necessarily agree with you that being able to have unlimited ammo, no need to reload, everything unlocked. I don't think that makes it good. I do agree that they should have delayed launching the game. They should have delayed launching the game so that they could have Yeah, you choose your settings to make it as hard as you wish. But what you're really doing is you're making it too easy. You're making it too easy. Part of it is, if they had launched the custom servers at launch, that would have been okay. But not if you make it harder. Right, but who's making it harder? Like, let's just yeah, you're right, they do, but who's making it harder? Yeah, it's a choice, but there's a lot of things that are a choice that we know for a fact don't end up being a choice. We know this to be. Yeah, how long before but custom servers have it wins out? I'm not against the idea of the custom servers. I think the custom servers are good because for a survival game, you should be able to make it harder. And that's where I think their value comes in. Being able to restore the severity of the survival mechanics. I think all those things are good. Where I think the bad point is one of the things I found when I made my custom server was you can not only turn off ammo, but you can turn off reload. Well, what the fuck is that? Right? Like, many games have been difficulty settings, normal, inclusive gaming. Yeah, and I agree with you. Modding to make the game better, I always agree with. But again, it's a survival game that's already easy enough. You can clear all of the content in this game with 1-star blueprints. And I know this is possible because I've done it. You can clear all of the content in this game with 1-star blueprints. How much easier do we need to make the game? We already did blueprint transfers, which I've said, in some ways the blueprint transfers was good, in some ways it was bad. As far as mobile numbers, they had 10 million people download the game for mobile, but how many people are playing on mobile they haven't released. But we had 10 million people on the little chart tracker thing that they had. They hit 10 million. They might have hit more. I didn't look at it after 10 million. But hard is not why a game is good or not. If you seek to grind and min-max, it works for everyone. Well, hard isn't why a game is good or not, but rewarding is. If the game is rewarding or not is why the game is good or not. If everything is, and this is where games have gone down in quality over the years. Game developers make everything too easy because the player base whines and want things to be easy. You should never be able to make a game easier. You should be able to make it harder. The baseline the developer should be responsible for developing a good baseline difficulty. But again, this game was launched too soon. They didn't thoroughly test. Yeah, well, hard can be a reason why the game is good depending on your audience. Sure, for the Dark Souls crowd. Custom servers do not let you keep any progress, pure sandbox. They do let you keep progress for as long as the server exists. And as long as the server exists, you're not playing on an official server. So if you make the decision to keep your custom server up, you never have to go to the real servers. Sure, all of your time is wasted if all you ever do is play on the custom servers. Absolutely. You can't then decide later on to join the real server. I mean, you can, but then you have to start over. But let's be honest. You can have a 6-star weapon in, if your luck doesn't suck, you can have a 6-star weapon in 1 month. If in that particular month, they decide to do some good Starcrom giveaways, then you can definitely have a 6-star weapon in your first month to play. You can have, you know, a fairly decent set of everything within 3 months. Should you? I don't know. Should there be a level of progression? Yeah, this game sucks because I didn't want to spend as much time as everybody else has spent, so we made everything easy. Unfortunately, that is part of what happened. This game sucks because I can clear all the content now. I can clear a silo in 30 seconds. Or realistically, I can clear a silo in 3 minutes. Yeah, that kind of sucks. You're clearing the hardest content in 3 or 4 minutes. I wonder why the game sucks. Because you made it too easy. And again, like right here, I'm a brand new character, right? A brand new character. We can't even make alts anymore to challenge ourselves because our alts automatically share all of our blueprints. I'm going to be doing the tutorial on another alt with a 3-star. Yes. With a 3-star crossbow. Pure building, farming, or massacres, hard mode is possible, and custom frees you to explore what you enjoy. So many other games play, live service dailies are crushing. Why are you comparing apples to oranges? Don't compare apples to oranges. Compare apples to apples. What other games do is what other games do. It doesn't matter if you like both. You can like both. Don't compare. Like, when people start to compare, they say pure building, farming, or masochist hard mode is possible, and custom frees you to explore what you enjoy. So many other games to play, live service dailies are crushing. You're comparing an orange to an orangutan. They're both orange. You can eat one of them. There's probably federal regulations against eating the other. If dailies are, if you don't like a game that has dailies, don't play the game with dailies. Ta fucking da. Ta-da! Solve the problem. The problem is when people complain about dailies, so then I say to them, well, what's the alternative? Okay, you say you don't, then what does it matter? You say other live service games are crushing, but you don't play them. So what does it matter? If you don't play the game with the dailies, why are you complaining about the game with the dailies? The problem becomes, if you don't like dailies, don't play the game with the dailies. If you don't like dailies, don't do them. But there's not really an alternative. To be C, I'm not, well, you are complaining. Just so we're clear what you're doing when you're typing and you have negative things to say, that's called a complaint. There's nothing wrong with them. But what you're doing is complaining. Because, again, you're putting an adjective on things or you're putting adverbs on things that are negative. Nothing negative. So many other games to play, live service dailies are crushing. That's negative. There's nothing wrong with the fact that you feel that way, but you have to understand to say that the dailies are crushing is negative. And there's nothing wrong with thinking it's negative. It's nothing wrong with not liking it. I like dailies. I don't like it when dailies become the best way to progress. I like the idea of dailies when the idea of dailies are group content required for the maintenance of something that we have accomplished together. For example, we build a town, we build a fort. The fort takes natural degradation. Your base takes natural wear and tear. I don't want a daily where I have to run around and fix every single wall. I don't want to do that. But I am not against the idea of having to go out and being assigned. If you're a miner, the town needs 50 stone today. I don't mind going and doing that. I also accept the fact that if I don't go do that, the town's walls are going to be weaker because I didn't do the maintenance task. I don't want what you said, Salty Bread, to be the best way to level my mining is to go do this mindless daily every day. That's what I don't want. But I think therefore I am. I think there's a lot to be said about the work you want the players to do will be better received, better, if it's the result of their actions. Like, you build a little house. Like, say, we'll just make up some bullshit metrics right now. You can build a property that's of size 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You have the choice to what you build. The bigger you build, the more work you have to do every day to maintain that. So, for example, I build a size 5 property because I know twice a week Royale gets on and he's going to help me maintain it. I know twice a week you get on and you're going to help me maintain it. So 4 of my 7 days of the week, I'm going to have help maintaining it. Well, then what I do is I say to myself, well, why don't I get one or two other people to help me maintain this? Then you don't have to have your own base. You don't have to have your own base. You don't have to have your own base. I have everything. You guys just help me maintain it. Hey, guess what we've just done? We've just gone back 25 years, 27 years, and we've brought back that social aspect. You're going to get on every day and you're going to do XYZ. You're going to make glue because you're an alchemist. You're going to make glue. That's what you're going to do. It's great. I might ping you on Discord. Hey, man, when you get a chance, can you log in and make glue? No, man, I'm in college tonight. Oh, shit. Sorry. My bad, bro. Okay. Am I hallucinating or did they actually fix it? There's no worlds merging on 2 different permanent servers. Okay, so I'm going to hold off making that video until I get onto the permanent server. Yeah, we did. My base is basically the guild base, but we also don't have any maintenance on it, which, as you saw, there's no maintenance on... There's no need for me to log in. I have to log in once every 7 days so my property doesn't go poof. I still wish that they would add in the blood moon from 7 days to die. I wish that the cornerstone of our base... Come on, let me in. I wish that this... Where the fuck am I? I wish this was what powered our base. I wish this thing right here is what powered our base. Right? And then I wish in here there was a counter that said, let me do math. So at the beginning of the week, I wish there was a little counter over here that said 168. And then every hour it would count down. So right now we would have about 35 hours. So right now we wouldn't have 168. We would have about 35 hours. If in 35 hours I haven't purified this, then automatically a 40 Cortex level 3 event would start at my base. And if I don't have guns and I don't have traps and nobody's online, then my shit would get destroyed. So what I do throughout the week is, if I'm solo, I burn a couple of level 1s to take that number down. I'll just throw. Right? So if I'm by myself and I'm a solo player, I just throw in a couple of every day and I take care of it, right? I keep my base functioning properly. And if I don't, my base gets fucked up and destroyed. Because then it motivates you, it encourages you, it gives you that reason to have teammates. Like while I was at Disney, Royale would have had to come along to my base and be like, I need to purify his base for him, otherwise he ain't gonna have shit when he gets home. Most likely, that's a permanent server that's about to have a server merged into it, so it's going to be getting additional world. No red worlds if you're not losing any. Our server is folding up to move to one of those. Yeah, that's exactly how it works, but what's actually interesting is I've been fighting with them, not fighting with them, I shouldn't say fighting. I've been rigorously discussing that they need to stop merging worlds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the permanent servers. Need to never merge. If you have 7 permanent servers, but and if you're worried about cost, it is cheaper to open up 5 more shards on a server than it is to open up a completely new server. So they have 7 permanent servers now. Well, if they're trying to keep costs down by getting rid of the permanent servers. Don't build as many. Have 2 with 5 worlds each and put everybody on that. But that thing that we ran through last time, that was just fucking horrible. Every 6 days, you and I were being forced to move worlds, and then you got to tear up all your pumps, and then you can't build a nice house. We have to build little fucking 3x3 foundation spaceships, because you and I used to have beautiful fucking houses. You and I used to get complimented all the time. We used to get a ton of compliments on our complex. But we can't build that anymore because you can't move it easily. Well, then what the fuck is the point of you selling house cosmetics if people can't build a nice house? Why would anybody want to buy them? Why would I want to spend $50 buying the glass pack house? Sure, I could go build an Eland, and absolutely, I could do that. But like, that guy's house is fucking amazing. I love his house. I love having a neighbor who gives a shit. Right? I love that guy's house. But he's gonna be pissed if he tries to move it and he finds out he's stuck. Like you got stuck. You got stuck over 1 block. Like you have to know when your house is merging so that you can get rid of those feeder things out there. Oh, you didn't pick up your feeder things. Oh, you can't move your house now. That's what I hope they fixed. And now that I have a character on 2 permanent servers, I'll be able to track it. So I'm gonna hold off making the video I was gonna make. I was just thinking about housing when I was breaking into our neighbor's place. I miss having nice. Royale used to play this game, and every other day that I would log in, he would, like, every other day. Every other day, he would have torn everything down. Our properties used to touch, and he was constant. Like, sometimes it's a shared wall. The next day, he's got like a series of staircases. Motherfucker is dream of the endless over here. Like, and it was cool. It was nice to log in and, you know, you log in and you see your teammate has made something really, really cool looking. And now, because of having to be forced to move all the time, it's like, nah, I'm just gonna build, we're gonna build these like fucking UFO spaceships. At least I tried, man. At least I tried to like How the fuck did you even get in there? It's a sealed room, asshole. How are you in there? Fucking cock gobbler, fucking. But yeah, I just did my base defense. It's not even worth it most of the time. In fact, was I already capped? No, I wasn't. So I'm gonna get something out of it. Yeah, walls are a mere suggestion to him. He don't give a shit. He's like, what? Hey man, if you need a Stresium, you can come pick this up. Also, do I have the other one set? I'm gonna show you guys the other one that they have never fixed. This is just the terrible part of the game. It's the terrible part. And then I gotta get out of here. I gotta oh yeah, the Christmas tree you made? What, where the oh, I was at Disney. I get back, this motherfucker has made a Christmas tree out of just roofs and lights. It looked amazing. So, Stellar Stairway, 30,000. My backpack is full. What the fuck? My backpack isn't full. Yeah, he made that back in December. Oh, I must have picked these up for when I got home. So there's 30,000. Oh no, they're here. They're just... Why would I bother playing the game? Why would I bother not doing this? 30,000? Oh, there's 43,000. There's all my progression. I don't... When's the next time it unlocks? Alright, unlocks in 5 days, but on Monday I'll do my runs. So, I've got to... Next week I only have to play... twice. Did I hear that Final Fantasy XIV is not doing too well financially? No, I didn't. But it doesn't surprise me because it doesn't surprise me that Final Fantasy isn't doing well financially for this reason. This piece of shit was terrible. Dawn Trail was absolute fucking hot garbage. And there's no better way for me to say what Dawn Trail was other than hot fucking garbage. Dawn Trail killed Final Fantasy for me. Final Fantasy, Square Enix, they did the same thing that a lot of companies do. And what they do is they get greedy. So I like to use the analogy of you get to order 2 meats off the menu. So you can have a box price. You can have a monthly sub. You can have a cash shop, right? But you can only order 2. We don't have a 3 meat special in this restaurant. If you want to have a box price, then you decide if you want to have a mandatory monthly sub or you want to have a cash shop. You want to do those 2? That's $180 million a year. Plus box per 1 million players. When you start to do this shit, people are going to see you as greedy. I personally think this equals this. And the reason why, I'm not going to have a cookie. I'm about to go make lunch. The reason why, you have a box price. So, you know right now, let me use a good number. You know that your last box sold 5.2 million copies. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Your last copy took, your last box sold 5.2 million copies. you know that you have 3.7 million active subscribers. Well, if you know you have 3.7 million subscribers, and you know your next box price is going to come out at $49.99, then you know you have about 184 million minus taxes, minus cost, minus profit share with vendors. So you know what that number is. So let's say that number ends up being 125 million. So just to loop back around to what we talked about earlier in the show, I know as the project manager, well, actually, I know as the person that's going to give the project manager their budget, I have $125 million for them to play with. Now, that's predicated on selling 3.7 million copies. Now, what happens if I release it and I sell another 5.2 million? Well, my brain. The 75 million minus all these things, again, we'll say gives us, we'll say that gives us 48 million. This 48 million should go into the war chest. That's gravy. The question I need to be asking myself is, if I sold this many copies of my last X-Pack, but I only have this many active subs, then my community management team should be figuring out what the fuck is going on with those people. Now, some of those people are the there and back again people. The new expansion comes out, I play the new expansion, I leave, I resub when the game comes back. Some of these people, right, are going to be with me forever. Now, look at what you posted. Square Enix Q1 financial report shows a really sharp decline, in particularly the MMO division, with Final Fantasy year over year after the launch of Dawn Trail. Gross sales decreased by 2.9 billion yen, and operational profits are down by 3 billion. Square Enix shareholder writes that something must be done for Final Fantasy XIV to regain its popularity and its user base, as it's an important pillar to the company's game sales. Well, nothing needs to be done right now because of the game sales, because you've already sold Dawn Trail. He writes that the current increase in stock price due to the activist funding is inflated and not an accurate reflection of the company's health. Well, that's a whole different kettle of tea. Stock price isn't necessarily ever going to be representational of a company's health, because like I said, stock price was designed to tell you the current valuation of the company, not tomorrow's valuation, not a month from now. If a company's worth $100 and there's 100 shares, each share of stock is worth $1. Nothing more, nothing less. But we have a big contract coming in. Okay, do you have it yet? No. Have you been paid for it yet? No. Then you're still worth $1. When you sign the contract, we can talk about projections. With that said, I always love being with you guys on Saturday mornings. Thursdays and Saturdays are always a special treat for me, because they are the specific times that I carve out for video gaming. I do want to let some of you know, those of you that do pop over to my politics stuff, I wrote an interesting article, and I am trying to figure out a way to have comments on my website. Not exactly an easy thing to do. Fuck you, Europe. Europe makes it difficult. I did write an article on student loans, and if you have a moment, I'd like you to take a look at it. Just tell me what you think about student loans. You can tell me on my Discord, or you can tell me on Monday's show. I'm really interested in Europeans' perspectives, but make sure you tell me you're a European giving a perspective, because you guys have government provided tuition that you don't pay back. So all interesting things. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go make some chicken and rice. I'll see you guys on Monday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos